TKR here at Madbatalo. My son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time. And TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
But top players. I will drop her. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, well, have a good night. Bye.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Atto Bolden Stadium on a fairly rainy afternoon. Not heavy rain, but certainly overcast, drizzling. And of course, you're looking at Trinidad and Tobago Premier Football League football live on Wave Sport TV. Today's first game is going to feature Eagles FC versus Central FC. And the second game of this doubleheader will feature AC Port of Spain. So Today is fair to partly cloudy, but it's cloudy. It's not partly cloudy. It's definitely cloudy. Not much of a breeze. We have had slick. The last time we were here and the ground was slick, I think choice of footwear was very, very important. And what we saw a lot was players slipping, especially when they attempted to turn or accelerate or deaccelerate. So again, I think that's going to be very important. The field is in immaculate condition, but there's a layer of water and it is a little slick on the surface. And the standings of the teams as we look at it right now, Police FC are on top with 5 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. But when you come down, the teams that are playing today, we have Eagles FC. They have played 6 games, 1 draw, and 5 losses. That 1 draw was against the Defense Force. And that's really important to note. The team is constantly improving. They have not had the results that they want. And it's something that the coach said he is going to be working on, and he has changed up his lineup quite a lot, and a couple of players that have not been with the squad prior are 1 draw, and 2 losses. One of those losses was to Club Sando, 6-1. But after that, they have tightened up their defense considerably to eke out just minor wins when they do win. The coach, Julius Edwards, was very clear that they think they have solved their defensive problems, and now it's about scoring. Their last match, which was against Terminex Rangers, saw them end in a goalless draw. And to be honest, having commentated that game, I did not quite see any sort of penetrative impetus from Central FC that made me think they were completely dominant. They certainly dominated possession in the midfield, and it was almost at times a game of backs and forwards. But to say that they created a lot of clear-cut, open chances, that you can't say. So I think there's still a lot more work to be done by that team. Of course, they played on the Ken Cook ground, which is considerably narrower than this ground here at the Atto Bolden Stadium, considerably shorter, and I think that makes a huge difference to the quality of play or the type of game that a team can play. Eagles FC, we have not seen them in action here in Trinidad as of yet. And that is going to be one of the things that we look forward to. As I said, that 1 draw, but that they have 5 losses. But a number of their losses are just 1-0, 2-1. So they are also having an issue scoring goals. Defensively, they have been good. But again, scoring goals is a problem. So we have 2 teams coming up today where scoring goals is their issue. Usually when that happens, you think the game is going to end up being a snooze fest. It usually turns out the complete opposite of that. And what you get is a game with lots of goals. I think this game is going to have at least 2 goals from each side. And it's probably going to end up a scoreline closer to 4-3 or 3-2 rather than 1-0. So that is how it's going to stack up. We are just about 5 minutes from the kickoff. The teams are going to be coming out on the field just now. You would certainly in about, I would say, a minute or 2. As I said, Eagles FC have 1 point from 1 solitary draw with the Defense Force. All right, and Central FC has 10 points. The gap between the two is very big in terms of points. We're going to see if in terms of quality, how the teams stack up. Eagles FC coach is confident that the team is improving, and both their spirit and their mentality and in their training, the quality of the game. So we're looking forward to that. All right. As we wait for the start, there's music playing and of course lights here. So it's going to be a good game. Right. We're just waiting patiently. As I said, we're just about 4 minutes from kickoff right now. So we'll be just looking on at a couple of things. The starting lineups, I'm going to give you that. All right, so let me give you the starting lineups. For Eagles FC, Kevin Graham is in goal. Kemmanuel Rivers, Mikel Makomi, Malik Myers, Sedale McLean, Joshua Alexander, Attila Guerra, and that's an interesting name. Attila Guerra would have been a former national player, was with Terminex Rangers, so it's interesting to see him. Dominic Douglas, Jaden Carter, Vernon Acqui, Afton Molino. So that is a really interesting lineup. For Central FC, in goal, it's goalkeeper, and he made a fantastic save to save Central FC from losing that valuable point. They were close to securing a draw and then almost went down to a sucker punch late goal from Terminex Rangers. Jabari Bryce, we interviewed him. You have Jamil Neptune, the captain. Jaheim Joseph, Rondell Gibson, Jamil Antwine, Isaiah Lee, Daniel David, Jamal Jack, Ross Russell Jr., Richard Cardenas, and Tariq Mulrain. So that is the starting lineup for Central FC. The substitutes on either side, substitutes for Eagles, Malachi Craigwell, Hakeem Lucas, Ezekiel Armstrong, Mikel Williams, Israel Joseph, Zachary King, Ronaldo Francois, Dwight Critchlow, and Jumal Anthony Francois. For Central FC, Joshua Ragu, Sion Thomas, who started the last game, Gary Griffith Jr., Jaheim Ashby, Maurice Dick, Manuel Thomas, who also played some minutes, Ross Dowden, and Christopher Bing. So those are the subs. The players are on the field. And we are close to the kickoff. All right, just everybody settling in. Just about a minute or two before the kickoff. And of course, if you're looking, Eagles FC are playing in red. They will be kicking from right to left. Central FC are in black. No, sorry, I have it wrong. Central FC are in red and Eagles are in black. So, changed set of outfits for Central FC. They played in black, one of the games that we covered. So just waiting for the referee to get that signal from the match referee and let them know, just so that you know, the match commissioner is Renisha Hood. And I'm not really seeing the other officials. And she's about to give the signal. And we will be starting soon. I think it's within 5. All right, so here we go. Eagles FC, 1 point, looking for 3 points, very confident. And Central FC trying to get themselves into the top 4 of the league. You're looking at Trinidad and Tobago Premier Football League action on live here at the Ato Boldon Stadium. And Eagles start. Oh, good turn there. That was Carter. He's put the ball out wide. Couple of players, and it's almost a, well, Bryce coming out, but it was a good ball in by Carter. And early signs from Eagle FC of the intentions. The ball there from Carter onto Attila Guerra, and he just couldn't get on to the end of it. Attila Guerra, a competent attacking midfielder, I want to say, but he very good at goal scoring. So and again, possession lost here. David runs into a couple guys, loses out possession. Oh, and then just had possession stripped was Mokomi. Gibson. And again, I saw Gibson on a couple of games. He is definitely the guy. Jamal Jack, as Central FC take their time and knock it around. Jack marauding forward a little bit, goes past one, goes past two, but runs in. Sadale McLean comes forward now for Eagles. Couple of guys slipping. And we did talk about that. Footing is going to be a little bit greasy out there. Douglas gets by one. Cuts inside. Oh, that looks like a penalty to me. Well, I have to say that definitively looked like a penalty. He cut inside. He beat his man. And well, there's no VAR here. But that referee determined it wasn't. And he would have been closer than I was. So we still play on. Central FC, I think, lucky to escape there. And they settled down again with David and Jack. But that was I want to say, not a chance, but certainly they were tormented a bit there by the opposing number 11 Douglas and paid a price. Ross Russell Jr. cuts back. Oh, and really there, that just not the type of finish you want from a player of that quality. Jamal Neptune, he was all over the park. He's one of those marauding midfielders, but he had a couple of chances in the last game, not clear-cut chances, but that was certainly enough that he could put his shot on target. As it stands, 0-0. David is moving forward. Gibson, Neptune. Oh, he tries to get the ball in, but well defended. Well, we still have a player down. Might have been hitting the, what we want to call the essentials. And he's taking his time to get up, certainly. Being attended to. Not sure what number player that is. All right, and now referee has blown for the free kick. Ball bouncing around in the area. Not convincing defending by Eagles FC by any. Ball out, cross in here. Didn't get. Ooh. Well, he sort of snatched at it, was Cardenas. He got the ball, turned. He had some space. Sort of snatched at the shot. And it was both high and, I want to say wide, but it really floated over the bar possibly, but considerably high over the bar. So no real threat to the Kevin Graham goal. And Eagles start building from the back. We did talk about the, as I said, the conditions. Isaiah Lee there just couldn't keep his foot in. Another player falling down, and I think that's going to be a theme this evening. That was Jadon Carter slipping. trying to find Douglas. Central FC building from the back. Russell. Jamal Jack. David knocking it all the way back. Hard chase there. Might be Guerra. Oh, well, he almost got in. That was Makomi, sorry. Jamal Jack. Neptune. David. He sees a lot of the ball for Central FC. Knocking together passes, and this is what you want from a team. David again finds Russell on this near side. Back to David. Turns inside. Oh, and a good saving tackle there from Rivers. Cross deflected and out for a corner. So some sustained pressure there in the midfield by Central FC. Look good. They put together a string of passes. And I see Cardenas going over to, well, looks like he's going over to get just a slight drizzle. So that's going to, again, as I said, conditions on the foot slippery, not absolutely as slick as yet, but certainly they're not the best that they can be. So choice of footwear is going to always be important for the players, and especially in dead ball situations like this, getting that plant foot down and getting the ball in. He's placing the ball and he's making sure he's placed it and then placed it again. Cardenas. Good ball in, but a good header out from Rivers. Neptune. Cardenas cuts back inside. Finds Gibson. Oh, and they just couldn't get a shot off. And it ends up back with Russell, but he's not in a attacking area of the field, and his back was to the goal. David. And a possible break on here. Oh, and a bad ball. He had Makomi in space, did Douglas, and he just couldn't find him. And I thought it was an easy pass. And he just a poor pass in the end. Just a yard to his left, and that would have been released Makomi with a possible chance on goal. Referee hasn't been blowing for much, but he does blow for that foul. And again, there was an incident in probably the first or second minute where I thought definitely there was a foul on number 11. I think it would have been Dominic Douglas of Eagle FC. The referee did not give a penalty. The offender might have been Jamila Antoine. Did not give a penalty, and we are here at 0-0. From this perspective, it looked pretty close. Isaiah Lee gets the ball back, brings it down. Neptune. And just bounces off the defender casually. And the ball goes all the way back and then back to Jamil. So just knocking it around. The players not really settling in as yet. A lot happening on the field, but not a lot of penetration by either team. Central FC definitely dominating play for the time being. Better work in the midfield and a higher work rate. And of course, Eagles FC would have been, they talked about their travels and how that has affected them. It's all the way back to Graham. Alexander. McComey. It's good ball here. McLean. Cuts inside. Cuts back. It's a good cross. Oh, and what a fantastic saving tackle there by Antoine. If he didn't stick that foot out, that was certainly going to be a goal. A couple of men in there. Ross Russell. Well, that was good action there. Excellent cross by McLean. And it had the defense of Central FC at 6 and 7s. And I know that's a young people term, but there you see it. And he just was lucky to get in that foot. Attila Guerra was waiting and certainly might have been able to pounce. But still 0-0. Signs of life for both teams. Certainly half a chance. But half a chance doesn't count for anything. It's goals that wins matches. And David here has a chance to put Isaiah Lee in. But his pass is just a bit too heavy. And it's easy for Graham to pick up. Oh, that has to be a foul there by Antoine. He was turned excellently by Carter. Just some pressure here. Eagles FC putting themselves in trouble, getting themselves out of troubles. Myers. Guerra. McLean. But again, they're not controlling the ball in midfield. When they go forward and they put some passes together, they do look dangerous, but they are not controlling the midfield. And the offside there. So certainly, I'm not sure if there was a substitution, but I see Sion Thomas is on the field. And I am not sure if Jamal Jack is still on the field. Yes, he is. I'm seeing him there. So I don't know if there was an early substitution by Central FC or if they altered the lineup prior to the start of play. Right. So Jamal Jack is there. So the back line is Ross Russell, Sion Thomas, Jamal Jack. And on the far side, it's usually Antoine. It's a good ball here. Kept in by Carter and put out for a corner by, looks like Antoine on the far side. No, either Antoine or Neptune. So good play. And again, that's one of the things. There is definitely speed in Eagles FC when they attack. They look good going forward. And so they got to sort themselves out. In the midfield, that is. They definitely have to sort themselves out in the midfield. If they control that, they're gonna be even more dangerous. Corner is gonna be taken by Sadale McLean. They have about 4-5 in the bunch, in the box. Sorry, I'm seeing Guerra is there and Douglas is there, but it's a poor corner. And then an even worse clearance by Tariq Mulrain. So they're going to have to take it all over again. So that's usually the back line. Mulrain, Ross Russell Jr., Jamal Jack, and Sion Thomas. And then you have a strong defensive midfield in terms of you have Jamil Antoine and Daniel David, who, along with Rondell Gibson, really they are a good midfield trio. So again, another attempt at the corner by McLean. This time the ball goes way out. Carter with the header. Well, it was a good attempted back header, but he couldn't get any power on it. So the ball goes out. On Gibson. Sorry, Antoine. Puts that ball down. Central FC looking. David. But he's dispossessed. And that looked like a foul. The referee didn't call anything. Douglas thought he was impeded. Referee was close by and He didn't give the call, so you got to play on. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. Cardenas. Neptune. Oh, and Gibson with a strike, but it was always going to be blocked. He had 4 or 5 players from Eagles FC in front of him, and there was no way he was getting that there. Good ball, man in space over here. This is Alexander. He's running. He has McLean to this side of him. Chooses to go the more difficult route. Carter gets the ball here. He's going to strike it, is he? Well, he does, but not much power behind it, and it's easy for Bryce to pick up in the end. But we have a player down. Looks like McComey. And the trainer comes out. So wind is starting to pick up. No rain. I'm not quite sure if there's rain on the horizon. We should be able to see it coming. It is coming towards the cameras if you're looking at your screen. So from the east, the weather generally comes from the east, and certainly the breeze is coming from the east here. So if the rains come, that's the direction they'll come in. But the wind is going to dry the ground off some if there's no moisture with it. If it brings rain, it's just going to, of course, make it a lot more waterlogged. And as the game starts back, Antoine, David, just slowing the game down, finds his man in space, but he doesn't control. And again, the wet ball, slippery conditions, all of that is going to play into the hands. So far, no goals, some chances. And that is definitely offside. I think McLean was hoping more, wishing that he wasn't offside, but he was well offside. I think he knew it in the end. It was more praying that the referee or the linesman didn't pull his flag up, but he did. And again, long ball here. Oh, he's dispossessed his man. He's got a chance here, Isaiah Lee. And he strikes it over the bar. Well, in the end there, the defender looks like Rivers might have been caught by the attacker. He was dispossessed of the ball and then gave Lee a shooting chance. Lee didn't take advantage of it. Not even on target. Didn't even get a save out of Graham. So settling down, and maybe my prediction of goals and more goals in this game is going to be a bad one. In the meantime, we are dealing with a couple technical glitches, but we are working on them as always. And I'm just keep looking at the sky, and I want to say, I think the moisture is coming. I can feel the rain coming, but we'll see how it goes. Ross Russell intercepts the pass. McLean gets the ball. And the referees are allowing tackles to go in. So you on both sides. McLean turns one way, turns the other way. And by the time he's done all of that, all the defenders for Central FC have made their way back behind the ball. And that was an easy call there. Isaiah Lee tripping up his man. Acqui. Carter on the far side. Rivers. Oh, he just dribbles him, but he has to be careful. He was the last man there. Douglas. And just taking their time and setting themselves. Good here, Acqui. Alexander. Oh, and he just lost out there was Molino. Oh, a good ball, but a good interception. It was really a good ball from David. He was looking for Isaiah Lee in the inside or Neptune. Both were running in, but It was intercepted by number 10, or I think it might have been either number 10 or Akwi. So in the end, not much. David got caught there after he passed the ball. Again, no foul called, so you got to assume that it was a fair tackle. Um, but it's difficult conditions to play in, and I want to say it's also very difficult conditions to referee in. And I suppose as a referee, you do need to take that into consideration. Rivers is coming forward. He finds McLean. Guerra. Carter cuts back. Goes all the way back to Rivers. Akwi. Good ball there. Onto his man. McComey couldn't get past their couple of tackles. Their legs were in swinging as they try to track back with Neptune. Cuts back inside. Has one, that's Lee. But Gibson realized he had straight offside. So the return pass aimed at Gibson ended up having to be tracked by Neptune. Couldn't get there. And the attack peters out. And I think for both teams, what we are seeing is the reason why they're not scoring a lot of goals. Good midfield play in general, but when it gets to the front part of the game for Central FC, they just can't seem to mesh up. And with Eagles FC, I think they need to just connect their midfield more. They are getting it, but it's just a little difficult. Maybe they need to settle down, and they will in the second half. Just a couple of guys there knocking around. Good turn there, David. He puts on a pass, but it's not good. Ooh. And in the end, it was well won. And it's a good ball up the line. McLean in space. He cuts inside. And he thinks he's brought down, but again, just losing his footing more than anything else. Had a chance, he should have gone. Joshua Alexander again gets a good ball. Guerra misses it. And Antoine cleans up and puts out to Mulrain on the far side. Neptune. And they're just knocking it back. They're knocking it, definitely have better possession in midfield, does Central FC. Looking for an offside, but it wasn't there. Cardenas. And brings that ball down is McComey. All the way across here to Alexander. It's been really good. Steady player. Not spectacular, and I say that, and he gives the ball away. David passed one. Shoots. Oh! What a goal! What a goal. He got a yard or two of space. He realized the shot was on for him. And on this skiddy surface, the ball just accelerated as it hit the ground. Graham didn't have a chance. He was diving. He was down to his left, or to his right rather, but he couldn't stop it. And Daniel David scores for Central FC 1-0. And really almost out of nothing. He had space. He had a bit of time. He looked up, saw that he had the opportunity, and decided to swing his foot through the ball, as we'd like to say. It was a clean strike, and Kevin Graham really didn't have a chance of settling in or saving that ball. He was never get close to it. As the ball touched the turf, that was it. It was all over. Carter beats one, beats another. I'm not sure, right? The free kick goes the way of Eagles FC. So Eagles going to have to fight a goal down. I don't know how that's going to change their game plan, if it does at all, and if it's going to change the way they're playing. They've not been aggressive in attack. Carter looking to get through, but that's Sion Thomas there covering, puts the ball out. So Eagles starting to possess the ball and pressing now. Akwi. He's a good through ball, but it just couldn't find Makomi. Cardenas. And very different complexion to the game now as Myers puts that ball back and Akwi. And again, they weren't really beaten. They was the defense, but just a long range, I want to say almost a long range hopeful shot that Douglas was able to strike and get into the back of the net. And that's one of the things. If you get into that habit of shooting from distance, shooting from about 20 yards, opportunities can come your way. Even if you don't score the rebound, so many things can happen. And it puts the defense off. Sometimes they want to tackle you, but they won't because they know you can shoot. Or if they do decide to tackle you, you can pass. So it opens up a defense quite a lot. And that's, on this case, that's what Central FC did. Ball is out of play on the far side. I would have to say that Edwards would have to be the happy of the two coaches right now. Wint would be a little distressed. His team hasn't played badly, and certainly not bad enough to find themselves 1-0 down. But this is football, and goals win matches. Guerra. It's gone all the way back to Akwi. Alexander. Carter. It's a good ball. This time he's definitely found McLean here. He's got his man. Cuts inside. Oh, and couldn't get to the header to the ball. There was Makomi. Good cross. Oh, and he spilled the ball. And that's a goal. Bryce has made a mistake. A cross from Douglas. Bryce made an error. The ball spilled out. And it was a gift of a goal for Attila Guerra, it looks like. 1-1. And maybe my prediction of goals in this game is not so bad. But there you see it. The cross, he spills the ball and onto it like a flash he was. That is good predatory instincts, to be quite honest. Really good. From here, it looks like Attila Guerra. But 1-1. And again, I think we just talked about who might be the happier of the coaches. Well, Coach Julius Edwards would not be happy with that. Even though on the scale of how the play has gone, you got to say both teams deserve to be in it so far. Dynamic karate type clearance by Akwi, which didn't come off, luckily. And in the end, it just ended up sliding off the side of his foot and Graham able to pick it up. Looked like a push in the back by Jack, but he's a wily old player and he knows how to get away with a lot of things. Thomas. Antoine. Looking for Mulrain on that far side. Back to Thomas. But really Bryce. And they're just knocking it around, taking their time. That long ball. But easily cut out by Myers. David. Russ Russell Jr. Neptune. Cuts inside and he finds Russell here. Oh, and Jack had to come, and it was really good by Jack. He read what was happening, and Russell had beaten the defender, but Jack beat Russell to the ball, and in the end ends up retaining possession. Guerra. And you can almost say that both goals were as a result of the conditions. David's strike was flashed off the turf at a speed, and Bryce basically might have slid when he landed, couldn't hold on to the ball, and that allowed Guerra the scoring chance. Ross, deep cross. It lands there, Carter. And Gibson fouls him. So, yeah, it takes his time. By my count, about 30 minutes, 31 minutes gone. Acqui. And we here live at the Atto Boldon Stadium. You're looking at Wave TV. And this is Trinidad and Tobago Premier Football League action. Jamal Jack. And you can see him just there. He was trying to steady himself and just slipped up a little bit. And again, there are probably parts of, and there you see another fall there by this time by Neptune. Makomi trying to get the ball in. Guerra. It's a good player. Referee didn't see any foul there. Lee, and he's brought down. And I had to say, I think that was a foul, and it was easy. And a yellow card given to, it looks like, yes, Jaden Carter receives a yellow card. It was I want to say an unnecessary foul. He had already passed the ball off to Ross Russell, and it was more him bundling into the back of Isaiah Lee and causing him to fall. But first yellow card of the game goes to Jaden Carter. So we seeing here, it's a good area for a free kick. It's not the best conditions to strike the dead ball. As I say, that plant foot can be sliding around, but it's David who scored the goal. He's lining it up. He's the only one. He's going to have to get it over the wall and then back under the bar. Good. Oh, and he strikes the bar, and it's really a good free kick by David. He didn't have the bend or the dip that he may have wanted, but he got it, beat the keeper. Graham couldn't react, and the ball struck the bar and went behind for a goal kick. So coming closer and closer. So still 1-1. As you see, going to get the ball. Douglas is in the meantime chatting with his coach, trying to get some advice from Wint. As Myers brings that ball out for Eagle FC. Well, that's dangerous. Back pass to Aki. Trying to make sure they clear their lines. Guerra. Molino. Good ball up the line. Looks like Carter. It's all over the place, no? Turns inside. This is Carter. So good ball there. Oh, and Douglas had all the opportunity he wanted. He was inside the defender, and he was trying to cut back. And really and truly, he just needed to take that ball on his left foot and strike it. Good tackle from Gibson. Strips his man of the ball. The goal scorer finds Neptune trying to dribble Myers. Gets past. Doesn't. Does he? Is he? No. Sorry, that was Antoine. One. Well, looks like a corner to Central FC. Yes, it is a corner to Central FC. And again, there a great ball that sliced open the Central FC defense. And Dominic Douglas tried to turn back in the opposite direction and lost his footing. And I think at that point he was clear of the defender. He should have just go for goal, strike it, and see what happens. And sometimes people talk about the effects of playing a lot of small goal football, and sometimes that's one of the problems, that constant turning back inside, when a lot of times when there is a chance to shoot, you got to shoot. But anyhow, it's a corner, Central FC. We have Jamal Jack and Sion Thomas are in the center. Gibson is there as well. Good corner. Woo! And a defensive header that almost, well, the keeper was beaten. Graham came, didn't get to the ball, and it was a defensive header that just flashed wide of the goal. So not the best of defending by Phoenix. Well, players down. He's getting up really slow. Looks like might be Myers. So it's another corner. Yes, it is. From the opposite side for Central FC. All the same players still inside. This is David. Looks like he's taking the corner. Good corner. This time it's headed clear. Ross Russell brings it back out here for David. Crosses it in, but it's easily cleared out. David has Mukomi in his face. Douglas, sorry. And it's another corner. So sustained pressure here by Central FC. And swings that ball in. Goes to the far side. Ooh, and Graham came. Didn't collect cleanly. And in the end, the ball just bounced off the head of Jamal Jack. Luckily, again, Graham not showing a lot of confidence when he came for that ball. He came for it. He got his hands to it, but he didn't grasp it fully. And again, the ball is wet. So I'm not sure if there's issues with that. Sometimes it depends on the gloves you're wearing. The ball doesn't stick in your hands like you want it to. It's a long ball that nobody's going to get on the end of except Thomas and now Bryce. So just heading, it's sort of petering out. But then you say that and you always get goals. Rivers. Carter. Finding Rivers again. He's trying to cross here. Oh, and both Guerra and Douglas, neither could get their head to the ball. Sorry, it was Douglas and Mukomi. They almost clashed, but neither of them could get their head to the ball, and it was really a good cross by Rivers. Here's Mukomi. Guerra puts it on. That's his man. It's a good shot. No, just over the bar, and he's upset with himself. Is McLean. Should have done better. He had a clear shot there, and he's upset with himself, and rightly so. When you get chances, that's about the distance that the David Daniel got to and put the ball on target, and it ended up in the back of the net. So at least hit the target, and you might have a chance. Talk of the goal scorer, David here with the ball. Antoine cuts back inside. And then it goes all the way back to Jack, a sort of a steady hand, and out here to Russell. Oh, and it's almost through here for Neptune, and that is an excellent tackle. Oh, and the shot from Isaiah Lee and the save from Graham. Well, it was a fantastic tackle, denying Neptune this goal-scoring opportunity, but the ball then fell for Isaiah Lee. He struck it first time, but Graham was up to the task and bats it away for yet another corner. Lot of action here coming down to the end of the half. And that's usually what happens. Just a little bit of focus on being lost by probably the defense of Eagles FC. So they got to get themselves back in order. 8 players in the penalty box for Central FC. They want this goal. Ooh, and well, a clash of bodies there. Graham clashed with, looks like Isaiah Lee. I'm not sure. The referee has certainly signaled a foul that Central FC would have committed. And Graham is down. And the very busy physiotherapist for Eagles FC is back on the field. Just checking Graham. He's going to make sure he's all right. But it's close to the end of the first half. I'm not sure how much time they're going to add it. By my clock, I say maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes. So it's a free kick. Graham just knocks it to Akwi, taking his time. No sustained pressure by Central FC here. Guerra. It's a good ball. He couldn't get the pass on to Carter or McLean. Carter here. On to Rivers. Oh, and a tackle that didn't get the ball, and Rivers didn't get the ball either. That was Mulrain with a tackle, but he didn't connect with the ball or the man. Makomi. He loses out much too easy. David. And this is one of the things that Central FC are good at. They are better at building from the back. They connect passes. Guerra there doing some defensive work, finding himself further back than he would like. Gibson. David asking for the ball, gets it. Russell. Back with David. Goes over to Mulrain. He has a lot of space there. Crosses. Finds David on this, but he can't get past the defender, Joshua Alexander. And he's searching on the far side. It's a good ball. Oh, and he was almost in. That would have been McLean. He was almost in. He got a really good ball from Alexander. Right on his feet. David, under a bit of pressure here. But he's equal to the task. Antoine to Lee. Gibson. And he spreads it wide to Russell. Cross, a good cross. But no one there. Cardenas gets past his man, but he takes the ball out. Got past his man, but didn't have enough room to bring the ball back in or save the ball from going up before he can hit the cross. So just about a minute. No, actually, we already getting the sign. It's 2 minutes of time added on. And both teams have to be aware of just losing that bit of focus just before the halftime interval. And I say that, and it's poor pass there from Molino. And I want to make the assumption he is the brother of Kevin Molino. And my producer says he doesn't know, he isn't quite sure. It's not a common name. And look, from here, he kind of looks like him. But we can always find out that after. Thomas. Gibson. Good control. Cardenas. Puts it on to David. Turns back inside, and you gotta be Makomi. Douglas. And he's just settling the team down, but in doing so, puts a lot of defenders between himself and the goalpost. Russell with an interception, but it just goes out for a throw. So less than a minute to go before the halftime interval. Well, that's tough tackle there, Carter on the receiving end. Oh. And Makomi just looking at his errors. Both teams just trying to make sure they go in without conceding a goal at this stage. Last gasp attacks, and to play good for the entire half and then lose your focus in the last seconds of a half and concede a goal is always something coaches are wary of. But there you have it, the end of the first half. Eagles FC 1, Central FC 1. A goal from Daniel David. They scored first, put the game on thing, and then an equalizer from Attila Guerra. So we're going to do some of the interviews that we did prior to the match, and you'll get a view of both coaches and what they want out of the games.
As usual, we begin our broadcast of the Trinidad and Tobago Premier Football League with interviews with the coaches. I'm Christopher Gill. I'm going to be a commentator today. Match day 7 for some teams, might be match day 8 for others. It depends a lot. Of course, with me is Richard Wint. I like the name. Just, Eagles FC. 5 games, 5 losses, but very different types of results. I mean, you have, 4 losses, 1 draw. You have a draw against Defence Force, which many would consider to be one of the top teams. 1-0 loss against Club Sando, another top team. So how do you explain the sort of varying fortunes of your club so far?
Well, first of all, I want to thank God that I'm here. Secondly, I put together a team 2 weeks before the season starts. Our top players, like Molo, our Rivers, our top players. So my team, I'm not worried at all about the results. I have an owner that who believes in me. I lost to AC Port of Spain 1-0. I lost to Club Sando 1-0. So that means I'm doing something right. So now I just turn the 1-0 into the 2-1 victories, the 3-1 victories. And I believe today will be the first victory.
All right, based on what you're saying, it sounds as if scoring goals is more of an issue than conceding goals. You haven't, 1-0. That's, a lot of teams are conceding 2 goals a game. You definitely on the lower end of that. But a lot of teams are also scoring 2 and 3 goals a game. So what you're doing to fix that problem?
So again, I thank God because I got back Jamal Francois, ex-national team player, come for injury and play for 2 years. So that's much I'm glad. So I believe adding him to the quality I have, I believe going forward, I'll be getting more goals. Because against Point, when we lost 2-1, he came on the park and he was tremendous talent. So today, I will see more of him, and I believe today I'll get 2-3 goals because he had quality.
Let's talk about the games in Tobago. I know the traveling back and forth. Is it very different, or is it difficult for the team when they travel to Trinidad to acclimatize, in terms of the travel, the hotel, or whatever you might have to do, meals and all of that prior to the game? Or is it similar to when you're in Tobago?
It's a little difficult flying to Tobago to play because, as you say, the meal, transportation, we're not in a proper hotel, we're in stadiums. So it's difficult, but that don't say the results shouldn't be different. We as professional players here, no matter what environment we're in, we have a job to do. So I'm not making that an excuse. We got to go out there and get 3 points. And from today, I believe that 3 points will come and go in.
All right, you have a team, 4 losses, 1 draw. What is the team spirit like? Because I know that's always difficult when you look at any kind of championship where a team is starting off on a losing run. Take Wolves in the Premier Division, right? So how is the team spirit and what you're doing to make sure that it stays tight and continue upward?
I'm not going to lie to you. We was down. This week the owner came, we got a meeting. She was good. Kid Jeffrey came in, he was good. So our staff so tight. We are one. So from going down, we went to do certain things out of the football, have fun games, and bring back the spirit. This week the training was tremendous. Can't complain. So that's what I say today. Today I'm looking for 3 points because our attitude is up. Everything is good to go.
All right, Richard. Well, a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very
right?
much, man.
Richard Wind, head coach of Eagles FC. They're looking to rise off the bottom of the table. Christopher Gill, you're looking at Wave Sport TV. All right, I'm here with Julius Edwards. He's the head coach of Central FC. Now, Central FC have had a lot of up and down fortune. I was here for a game where they lost 6-1. I was also witnessed a game that was a 0-0 draw. Then you all bounced back and beat Prisons, who were top of the table 1-0. How do you explain that, Julius? I mean, that's a roller coaster of performance, emotion, everything. Tell me what is going through your mind as a coach dealing with your team?
Well, coming out of the CFU, the team picked. So we had a rest period, and we came back out to prepare back for the local league. So it's something about getting back our rhythm that we had from the last season. So it's a lot of players, we had a lot of injuries. We had some new faces that on board that we're looking to give the time to play. So we introducing a lot of new players also with the senior ones we had. So as I tell you, we now come up with CFU. So we're trying to get back with rhythm. The rhythm will come.
I saw a couple of games, right, and I found that defensively you made a change in the second half of that game at Club Sando where it was like chalk and cheese in defense, right? Defensively, you all look tight now. Is it now that is scoring goals is what you're about?
Yeah, well, that was one of our first problems. We was conceding too much, so we fixed that problem, and we realize now in the scoring department we get a little hiccup, which in training we addressed seriously because playing 2 minutes and joining with them, it was a disappointment to the team, knowing that we need the results to get back up onto the table, to keep close to the toppers, so we can always in second rounds when we get the momentum, we could solidify we position within the league. But presently, as I say, we're trying to get back this rhythm. We get the defensive department together. So it's just the attacking department right now is where we're working with present.
In terms of, I know the league we have had some missed games and stuff. Has that affected you? You all had to play a midweek game. That was just 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Is it that the players are feeling the effects of that because you all are going to play another midweek game coming? So is it that you're going to have to use more players, more substitutes, or tell us what your thought process is, because it's going to literally be 3 games in 7 days.
Well, as I say, you'll see a lot of new faces on the team because we have to rotate the squad not to burn it out, right? So you'll see a lot of new players getting the chance to express themselves on the team faces that you'll see for the first time. And we are the trust in them, is for them to have the trust and believe in themselves to come and produce to get the results we're looking for. So we'll have a lot of new faces integrated into the team, and some may be favorable results with how they perform, or some we might just have to go back more and get them to understand the game a little more. But as I say, we are the trust in the players, and we're putting out everybody there because everybody coming out and work, everybody's professional players. So anybody that get a chance outside supposed to come out and give the team what we're looking for. We mustn't supposed to drop in no standard, but as I say, new players on a new team, so we're giving them the chance to express themselves, and we'll see how we go from here today.
Julius, I want to wish you best of luck, right? And look forward to a good game. Julius Edwards, coach of Central FC. You're looking at Wave Sport TV at the Bolden Stadium. Central FC versus Eagles coming up next.
TKR here at my daughter, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
But top players. I will drop her. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you have a good night. Bye.
All right, good night again. And of course, we're joining us here live from the Atto Bolden Stadium. You're looking at Wave TV, Trinidad and Tobago Premier Football League action. This game, Central FC versus Eagles FC from Tobago. They're one of the two Tobago teams, the other one being Phoenix. Both of them named after birds, and it's interesting. I don't think any of those birds are native to Tobago. But all jokes aside, Central FC won. David scored, and then Eagles came back with a goal from Guerra. We've seen a couple of substitutions early on. Travis Mulrain and Sion Thomas have been taken off. Well, that's what it looks like, because in my view, and Jaheim Joseph is now replacing Sion Thomas. Now, the original lineup we got had Jaheim Joseph on, but he is now actually on the field, and Sion Thomas is off. And Travis Mulrain is off, and he's been replaced by number 20, Emmanuel Thomas. Eagles FC remain unchanged, no substitutes as they start the second half. So Eagles are in black and they're playing right to left on your screen. Central FC are in red and are playing left to right. Antoine is holding the ball. Jaden Carter moving around there. He's trying to get, but well shielded there by the new man, Jaheim Joseph. Russell. So, and all the way across to Jack. Thomas, and it's a good, Malik Myers puts it out there for a throw. So Thomas now getting himself into the game. I want to say player for player, Jaheim Joseph has slotted right into where Sion Thomas would have been, and Emmanuel Thomas has basically slotted right where Travis Mulrain would have been. So just a dedicated switch. Emmanuel Thomas is he's going to take the throw. He's one of the substitutes, and Jaheim Joseph is the other one. He replaced Sion Thomas. Cardenas gets it in there. It could fall here, and it's a goal. Isaiah Lee struck it. It bounced off a defender, and it ends up in the back of the net. And Central FC take the lead once again. Bad defending at the back by Eagles. Didn't set themselves out. The ball was bouncing around. I think just coming out of that second half, they sort of lost focus a little bit. They let the ball bounce, and Lee struck it sweetly. He took his time. He struck it almost on the ground. He was lying down when he hit the ball, and it took a wicked deflection past Graham. Still have a player down. I'm not sure who that is, but he isn't the goal scorer. I can tell you that much. Well, he's limping off here. Looks like Jamal Jack. I'm almost certain it is Jamal Jack. Just trying to get himself. And I want to believe Jamal Jack is originally from Tobago. My producer will let me know if I'm correct. Carter. Molino. Guerra. And so once again, Eagles have to pull themselves back into the game from a goal down. Carter. Acqui. Myers. And just knocking it. And every time they go a goal down, they seem to gather themselves and play a lot better than they played prior to the conceding. Offside for Rivers. Just straying prior to the pass. And then, of course, the new rule is that it's not when the ball is played, but rather when the player touches the ball. So sometimes you would see where players intentionally let the ball go past them, but they also must not interfere with play. So it's not just that they can let the ball go past them. They also cannot interfere with play. And if they do both of those things, don't let the ball touch them, don't interfere with play, and another player takes up the ball, they are not in an offside position, even though the initial player might have been. So it gets a little confusing, but football, FIFA, just looking for down the line, but Myers is equal to the task, but he puts in a ball to Gibson, who puts in a ball here, and he's robbed. Oh, and Isaiah Lee was in with a chance, and then it came off his foot, but so far, Central FC have come out here. Cardenas, oh, and Akpi with a saving tackle there, took no chances, and Graham looked to have it covered, but with the skiddy ball, you could never know what might have happened. And there you see a really good covering tackle from Akwi. A lot of stuff happening. Central FC coming out with lots of intensity in this second half thus far. They've pinned Eagles back. They look like the team most likely to score, and they have scored. So it's 2-1. Good corner. Graham collects, does he? Well, he collected and then dropped the ball and then collected it again. He's looking for early out. But Thomas was up to the task. David. Antoine. And it's such a different performance than the one they gave against Sando, where they conceded 6. And again, very different from the one they gave against Rangers, where they couldn't score. So this is the sort of balance I think the coach is looking for, with the exception of conceding that goal, which you can chalk up to a mistake by the goalkeeper. Well, a player's down and he's definitely in pain. That looks like Myers. Referee is, I'm not sure. He's not asking the physio to come on. Myers, the powers of recovery are near to miraculous. The Pope would be proud. So good ball, but again, the surface is deceiving. So sometimes a pass has a certain velocity when it's hit, but it's not slowing down as it normally would on dry turf. And it's picking up sometimes velocity on the wet turf. So a lot of those balls that are skiddy are difficult to control or judge the pace of. And that's happening a lot to Eagles FC here. They've been doing a lot of their passing on the ground. Jack puts it back. I want to say it was not the best of balls, but that certainly wasn't a good clearance. And again, just putting themselves under a bit of pressure there. Jaheim Joseph, the new man in. Oh, and they just set themselves up there. And Cardenas gets robbed. And good play from Douglas. Gets by his man. Well, he's blowing for a foul, but of course he has to blow where the foul first occurred. And I want to say, again, that might be a second penalty that the referee has not gotten right. Let's take a look at it. well, the last foul, he was past his man. So technically, referee is correct. First foul occurred outside the box. So, but I think again, Eagles FC will feel aggrieved that they. So that's a curious thing. If he played the advantage, didn't get it, as my producer is telling me. Guerra stands over the ball with Rivers. That's a poor ball from a quality player. Looked like if I was trying to pass that ball, to be honest. Looking wide. McLean. Does he get past his man? No, he doesn't. Is there anybody supporting him? Yes, there is somebody back, and that looks. Guerra finds Rivers over here. Finds Douglas. It's going to cut back. Guerra was trying to give him the 1-2, but it wasn't on. Jamal Jack gets bundled off the ball. Douglas, and he tried to stop. And again, we've talked about that selection of footwear. He tried to stop, and he just couldn't. 2 substitutions coming on. Attila Guerra is going to be coming off at number 99, even though the referee's assistant has number 98 up. Jamal Francois, former national player. And of course, number 27, Afton Molino is coming off. And number 26 is going to be coming on. Well, we saw number 26, but we are not seeing 26 on our chart. These are some of the slight things. But definitely number 26 is on the field for Eagles FC. We're not sure who that player is, and we'll try to get his name as soon as possible. But we know number 99 is Jamal Anthony Francois. On Neptune turns one way. Tries to get the ball. McLean pushing on. He has space in front of him. And the referee has adjudged that, the linesman has adjudged that he's taken the ball out on the far side. So 2-1 down. I suppose Coach Wint has decided he has to throw all his cards in. Just trying to decide who the throw is for. Thomas is going to take it. He's taking his time. Referee's asking him what's going on. Neptune. Thomas. Beats 1. Beats 2. Got guys falling down all over the place. But in the end, McLean. And it's a poor ball by McLean. He had space and time, and he had lots of times to play that ball and find his man, McComie, and didn't. Now puts his team under pressure. Russell is going to strike it. Ooh, and he struck it well, but it was straight across the face of the goal. And in the end, I think well covered by Kevin Francis. And the Cardenas hits it out, but Kevin Graham, sorry. Cardenas hits it out. A couple of new player, number 26. Still haven't gotten his name. We'll try and get that to you. Acqui. Good ball here for McComie. He's in space. Taking on the new man, Jaheim Joseph. Crosses that ball over to Douglas. But his control let him down. And Emmanuel Thomas is able to get that ball back. Myers covers. And Graham does the rest. Acqui. McLean tackled and loses possession, then gains it back, then loses it again. Isaiah Lee. Gibson with a great tackle there. That was Joshua Alexander. He's really a good player. But players just losing the ball left and right. The referee has stopped play, but I'm not sure why. 2 players down for Eagles FC. That's possible. One is Joshua Alexander. The other one looks like Kevin Rivers. No, it might be, well, it's certainly number 8, maybe. Well, Alexander is number 8. So we'll wait and see. But 2 players down, I make the assumption that's why he stopped play. I didn't specifically see him whistle for a foul. It's not a hot night, so that's one of the good things here, but the ground is a tad heavy. So players might not catch cramp because there's no heat, but it's certainly not the easiest ground to play on. So that slightly heavy running can drain the player's legs. That was McLean was down, so he's up now. He's going to have to walk off the field before he can come back on. While that is going on, 60 minutes have elapsed. And by our clocks, we could be wrong. We see 2 more substitutes for Central FC. It's going to be Gary Griffith Jr. and Maurice Dick coming on. And again, they have a lot of games. They have 3 games packed into a week. So it's always going to be difficult for them. And number 22 is being taken off. That is Jamal Neptune. And number 24, Cardenas, they're coming off. So Dick and Griffith on. And Cardenas and Neptune off. Neptune, one of the central midfielders. Cardenas, one of the forwards. And so Guy Griffith on. Griffith always very fast. He's a quick play. He might be in a tad offside there. Looking to cross. And he heads it back across, but there's no one there. Good play. McLean jumping. Thomas. Oh, and that's a tough pass for Griffith to get to. McLean. And that's a poor pass. And I have to say, sometimes the passing is absolutely horrid. Lee. But he's bundled off the ball there. And it's almost a clear pass for Douglas. He's hassling the player. But Jaheim Joseph is up to the task. And in the end, he's adjudged to a foul. Joseph. And my producer cannot understand that type of play. And I agree with him. What was the purpose? What was the objective? We have yet another substitute. Yeah. And of course, you don't want defenders having to dribble. That's always the possibility is they'll get past. The other possibility is they can lose possession. See, probably the first player going down with cramp. Eagles FC players down in the center of the field, almost attended to. Trying to see who that is. And number 5, Miguel Williams is going to be coming on. That looks like the injured McLean. He's been down and in the war, so quite possibly he will be coming off. Yes, he is going to be coming off. And if the scoreline stays the same, it will be 5 losses one draw for Eagles FC. And you're going to have to say that they're close in every game, but they're still losing every game. And that's a tough thing for a team that's playing well to accept. So let's hope they can get themselves back into this game. Couple of tackles going in there. Williams, new man on. Got space here. Cuts inside. Good ball for Jamal Francois. But he can't get past his man. And my producer's getting excited. He just backheeled the ball. That's all it was. Griffith, but covered by Myers. Myers escapes there. Puts a ball in. And again, instead of aiming at the player, they seem to be constantly aiming at where they think the player is going to be. Never gets to the player. Doesn't get anywhere close. Russ Russell here, marauding through the team. Got past two men before stopped. Williams, and he was stopped by Akwi. And the game is starting to open up since the substitutes have come on. Makomi gets by his man. Crosses in here. Oh, and that is a penalty. Without doubt, that is definitely a penalty. Thomas stopped the ball, didn't keep control of it. Francois was in on it on a flash. And that's sorry, it's the new man, Dick, and he stuck his foot out and tripped up Jamal Francois. And that there's a penalty and a lifeline for Eagles. So it's going to be number 6 for Rivers. He's going to take the free kick, the captain. He's going to take the responsibility himself. That's what you do when you lead from the front. He's going to come up against Bryce. Bryce is he's taking his time, delaying the kicker. As they like to say in the NFL, they're icing the kicker. But Rivers is very confident. Referee blows the whistle. Rivers versus Bryce. And he saves it. What a save. He got down deep to his left and he saved it. Well, that there has to hurt. It was a good penalty call. There's no doubt that it was a penalty. And the penalty seemed reasonably well struck from Kamel Rivers, but Bryce got down and just dug it out. Can he be the hero again for his team? He saved his team in the last match against Rangers. Corner here, Rivers trying to redeem himself. Good deep corner. But goes out for a throw on the far side, and now the pressure is on. Eagles FC are seeing this game slipping away. They have just about 25 minutes or so. Is it a long throw? No, it's a short throw. But Rivers again trying to... He finds Williams. That was Joshua Alexander. It's a good ball. And again, Gibson just being there and being able to cut it out. Douglas was looking. And Williams tackled in the back. Griffith gets that ball forward. Ooh, a strong tackle there. Rivers gets the ball, threads it through a needle. Francois lost out there. He tried to dribble one and the conditions beat him rather than anything else. Isaiah Lee, but he's easily tackled on the far side. And that's Dick. And right now in the back there, Gibson. Strength holds his man off. David. Jamal Jack sliding there as he played the ball. Akwi trying to be cautious there, playing it all the back way back to Kevin Graham. Looks on the far side, finds Joshua Alexander. Rivers. And they're just putting together some passes. There's more like it from them. Makomi, oh, he's bundled off the ball by Thomas. But, oh, and a good pass there in the end. Lost the ball and he's got time and space here. Good cross. Jamal Jack, though, equal to the task. Oh, and a good shot, but a save from Bryce. I think he made more meal of it than he needed to. It was well struck and it certainly was heading into the goal. But he seemed to have a lot of time. There you see it. And he just pushes it wide. And it's cleared up by Jaheim Joseph. Jaden Carter lets the ball run for Jamal Francois. He gets it here. Chance to shoot. No. Oh, and a couple of shots coming in. And this is where things get difficult. Oh, and he really should have made more of it. There was the forward that looked like trying to see who it is. Gibson. Oh, and a good shot there from Miguel Williams. Stopped by Jamal Jack. Douglas. And he just curls it and it's just a few inches wide of the post. So more chances happening here for Eagles. They definitely upped their game since they've gone a goal down. And every time that has happened, they have put more impetus in and they've looked a good, better team when they are playing from behind. But they're still not getting the goals or the chances that they should. Two-one, Central FC. You're looking at Trinidad and Tobago Premier Football League live from the Atto Bolden Stadium. As Bryce takes his time, he's going to launch it out there. It's a good ball. Looking for Jamal Francois. He's got the ball. He's got time and space. Oh, and he really, if he had taken his time, he could have found that looked like Makomi coming in. He slipped though, just a little. And these are things that make a difference. So time is running against Eagles FC. Can they get an equalizer? Can they get a winning goal? They came here for 3 points. They didn't travel for a draw. Certainly didn't travel for a loss. They want a win. They need a win. But right now, Central FC are heading to 13 points. Carter gets a good ball there. Douglas, he's all over the park. He's been left, he's been right. So, oh, and the shot came in there. And again, it needs to be on target. You need to force Bryce to make a save. But every time they've shot, it's been wide or it's been high. It's got to be forcing him to make a save. He has saved a penalty, which should have been in the back of the net, but chance gone, never to return. And Eagles FC might rue that. Rivers clears it upfield. The captain has taken a lot of responsibility since missing the penalty. Gary Griffith in control. Gets a throw in for his team. And Central FC are there taking their time. Eagles are the ones desperate for things to move along quickly. Thomas with the long throw. Just a couple of players in. Central not pressing the advantage as you would expect. Oh, and it fell to Gibson, but the ball skied over. Carter. Acqui. He's got a man on his side. That's Alexander. They can't get by his man. 75 minutes gone. So we expect 50 minutes plus time added on. Might be about 2 or 3 minutes based on the fouls that we've seen and the couple of stoppages. At this point, it won't be more than that. Oh, there you saw Alexander just stop and lose his footing. And that's been happening to not just him, lots of players on this park. Making his way forward. He's taking his time. Finds David, the goal scorer. Gets by his man brilliantly. Gibson. Going left, going right. He's going away from goal. Going back to goal. But he found himself blocked by 3 players. Griffith turns his man well. Turned Rivers inside and out. But in the end, 3 men again defending. So Eagles at least getting bodies behind the ball. Williams here bringing it out for Eagles. Griffith with what I would call just there but didn't tackle. Ross Russell. David. Good ball for Lee. Gibson. But they find themselves cutting into the box and then going away from it. David. Cutting back but can't get the ball in. And so here comes Douglas. Nobody with him. He's got to do a lot of the running for himself. Williams. Francois. Cuts inside. Oh, it's a good ball to Francois. Whoa! What a goal! It was a magnificent one too. Francois fed Douglas. Douglas took his time, gave a magnificent return pass, and Francois just put it beyond Bryce. He had no real chance. Excellent goal, great build-up. And that is what the coach was looking for. He said Francois came here to score goals. And so now it's 2-2, and maybe there you see it. Oh my word, what a finish. Bryce had no chance at all. From the time he got that ball, Francois looked like he was definitely going to score. You could put your lotto numbers on that. 2-2. And I did say I thought this game would have goals in it. For teams that haven't been scoring. Both teams have scored 2 goals each here. And I still think there's a third. Might even be a fourth. For either team this is. Because we already have 4 goals. It might certainly be a third for either team or even a fourth for either team. So let's see how things go. But both coaches can't be upset with the results thus far. They've played good football. Both teams have played good football in phases. Not consistently, not for the entire game. And when they have played, they have found themselves taking the lead or scoring a goal. Central FC have to do it all over again. Eagles FC are back where they started. David, good shot. Oh, stings the palms of Graham, but he's equal to it. And Rivers has to be feeling a lot better now that his team is level. Francois, the goal scorer. Makomi. Well, Douglas was coming in, but he couldn't get past Jamal Jack. And for an old stager, he does have some speed in those legs still. But he has that knowledge. And so he was pushing his attacker wide. Bryce sets the ball. He's definitely, things are happening. We have just about 10 minutes or so plus time added on. Griffith. Fancy back heel. Dick misses the ball. Williams. He has Jamal in support. It's a good ball. Oh, and a fantastic save from Bryce. I think Douglas thought that was it. It was 3-2. And Bryce stuck out a magnificent big left hand. There you see him. And he hit it on target. And that's what we're talking about. Good football from either side there. So all of a sudden, Eagles FC seem to have found the ascendancy in the game. And so Kamal Rivers has gone over to take the corner. 6 or 7 in for Eagles. But it's a poor corner. And a poor attempt at getting the ball out from Akwi. And there's Isaiah Lee streaking down the center. Oh, and a good covering header, but Lee still gets to the ball in time. Oh, but that's a foul on the keeper. Easily. Lee is down, but he in truth and in fact, he was never going to get the ball ahead of Graham. Graham was sorry, not Lee. That was Gibson. And Graham was just very patient, waited for the bounce to go higher than he knew Gibson could jump, got there, and Gibson had to foul him to get the ball. He still managed to get control of the ball, but certainly a foul. So play just stopped for a second. And a couple players coming here. I'm not sure that, yes, maybe there's a substitution. Yes, there is going to be a substitution for Eagles. Number 3 looks like he's coming home. That is Ezekiel Armstrong. I'm not sure who he's going to replace. He's going to replace number 2, and that is Makomi. So Makomi comes off. He's run his legs off, to be honest. And Ezekiel Armstrong comes on. In the meantime, Graham is up. I'm not sure if it's a free kick or a drop ball. It's a drop ball, so referee didn't think it was a foul. It's just that both players ended up going down. And I suppose Williams loses out. Griffith, Thomas, David. Good ball Ross Russell. Oh, he beats his man well. Cuts inside. Ooh. And for all of that, Dick couldn't get his foot onto the ball in a meaningful manner. So, wasted opportunity. Sorry, Cardenas. Sometimes you looking on here. Of course, this is, as all games are in the Premier League, a doubleheader night. So later on, we have Sando, Club Sando. Oh, and it was never going to be. Graham then wasn't looking. Rivers wasn't on the same page as Graham, and in the end, just kicking the ball out and putting some pressure on. So Central FC here. Thomas is going to do the throw in. He's asking for a towel, but gets it a long throw, but a good header. David and can't get the ball to drop. First, it looked like he was going to hit it with his right, but in the end, hit it with his left. Didn't matter. The ball skewed and went far wide of the goal. Cuts inside. Rivers gets the ball here. And a good tackle by David. Myers all the way across to Joshua Alexander. He's got a lot of space on that side. Good ball in. Good ball in here for the new man. I would have to say I think that's a foul. Referee might be letting. Oh, and Jamal Francois was trying too much of the fancy there. He had a man behind him. I thought that was a foul. And again, I'm not sure the advantage was being played. I'm not sure what to think. That looks suspicious. And I have to say, that might be the second penalty that the referee has not given to Eagles FC. And Central are lucky. But then again, the last time they did get a penalty, it didn't matter. Francois trying to make amends down the line. He scored a very good goal. Beats his man. No, his man stops him getting by. That's Thomas. Realized he was beaten and just stuck his hand out. Rivers looking to cross it in. At this point, throwing players in, just about 4 or 5 minutes left in normal time, and then we're going to go to time added on. So Eagles committing a little bit, taking the risk. And he got his head to the ball but didn't do much else. And I want to say the ball got to him rather than he got to the ball, and it just pinged off into high space. Bryce finds Lee. Ross Russell. Carter. With Douglas. Gone over to that side. Gets by one. Gets by two. And that's part of the problem. He's trying to dribble the entire side. You got to look for your teammate, pass the ball to them. It's always going to work out better for you. And Ross Russell there just trying to realize the ball was going out, try to get it back in before the ball went out of play, but it didn't work. Alexander, and Russell is out of position, so he's got a chance here. New guy. Oh, that has to be a foul. No, the referee says play on. Williams gets it, cuts inside, gets it over to. Oh, and a good strike from Douglas, but it wasn't on target. He's getting better. He's taking the shots. It wasn't bad, but it needed to be on target. It needed to force Bryce to make a save, and he didn't do that. The angle was tight too. I'm not sure he could have scored from that angle. And in the end, Another chance or half chance or quarter chance, if you want to say that, just goes a begging. Closing in, I have a minute of normal time left. So by my count, I think possibly we're going to get 4 or 5 minutes of time added on. There's a foul. Referee brings it all the way back. Considerable distance back, as a matter of fact. Dick, David, Russ Russell slips as he hits it. Lee, Williams gets by 1, gets by 2. Again, just losing his footing as he tries to kick it there. Dick. Oh, and a tough tackle there, but still didn't get possession of the ball. Akwi with a good covering tackle. If he didn't do that, David would have been in with a chance. Yes, 5 minutes time added on. So 5 minutes for either team to score a goal here. And I'm not going to say it's unlikely, because both teams have shown frailty at the back. Both teams have shown excellence going forward. And the conditions themselves have added to the drama. Ooh, that was a rough tackle. Jamal Francois was upended, but didn't come off worse for it. So, see, player taking his time to get up. Looks like Antoine. Ooh, it's a good thing in Myers. Rivers. Just past Griffith. Good ball there. Carter. It's in space. Pushes it back. All the attacks are coming down this side for the time being. David. Central FC, and he's got a good ball on to Russ Russell. But a good clearance by Graham. He puts it well back. Russell has moved from being a defender to being an attacker. Oh, the ball sliding off the foot of the... between the two defenders, they lose the ball out to Lee. Beats one, beats the next. David, good ball in here for Russell! And that's the goal! It was a magnificent pass by David, and Russell took his time and chipped it into the net. And he has an off-key celebration. Well, he is a former Army and looks like he's shooting a rifle. And so 3-2. Goal number 3 for Central FC. And again, Eagles FC conceding a goal late here. And that has to be tough for them. They've played excellent football to find themselves a goal down with, I have just about 2 minutes, if that much. Well, he's not a forward, but he certainly scored a forward's goal there. Somebody gets a yellow card. I'm not sure who. Might be for remonstrating with the referee. Eagles FC now just, they got to throw caution to the wind. And it came there from just two defenders running into each other, falling down. And I think that's a new player on there. That's Ross Dowden. He came on, and within seconds he received a yellow card. David. Griffith, he's got chance here. Oh, and that was a really good shot. Graham had some trouble collecting it, but he was struck it well. It was low, it was hard. Was aiming for the far post. And that would have sealed the deal for Central FC. And again there, the player, Armstrong, he let the ball bounce once and then he let it bounce a second time. And both times he was never in position to get the ball. So just knocking it around. And 3 points almost certainly secured now. I say less than a minute to go. Jamal Jackie's been steady at the back for the most part. Thomas. David. He's been working up and down the field. He's really a quality player. Taking his time, knows that doesn't need to do anything. Oh. Through his man, he beats Myers. He's in here with a chance. Oh. And from 6 yards out, it would have been more difficult to hit or miss the target than hit the target. And he did the more difficult thing by a long way. If you told him hit that target in the sky, chances are he wouldn't have done it. But there he did it. And that is the end of the game. A goal in time added on by Ross Russell Jr. seals the deal. Central FC 3. Eagles FC 2. 3 points to Central FC. They now get 13 and the woes continue for Eagles FC. So we're going to take a quick break. There is a second game. It is. And probably the game a lot of people here are looking forward to. We'll bring you the starting lineups to those games when we come back. And that is Club Sando versus AC Port of Spain. So when we come back, kick off for that second half.
TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
But top 2 players. But some girls, I will just come. Muran, and I don't know nobody else has sung Muran.
Okay, so far, how you enjoyed the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, well do. I want to go to Guyana, though. So I will be there.
Okay.
Yes, you all have a good night. Bye.
So let's go to the starting lineup of the AC Port of Spain team. Marvin Philip is in goal. We have Mario Williams, Gabriel Nanton, Daniel Cyrus. He's coming out from the Caledonia team. Anthony Charles, Johnny McPhee, Leston Paul is getting a start after coming off the bench last game. Nathan Lewis, Jesse Williams, Shaquille Holder, and Josiah Wilson. Of course, Will Norega is the goalkeeper. On the other side is Club Sando with Tishon Rago in goal. Chevan Hamilton is a captain. He's number 19. Josiah Cooper, Elton John, Real Gill, who is back from playing overseas. Cassidy Davidson, Tariq Lee, who has been scoring a lot of goals this year. Karen Cornwall, Luke Phillips, Jabari Henry, Kadeem Gittens, and the head coach, former national coach, Angus Eve. Of course, also celebrating in the midweek, with the Naparima College, the school he coaches as well. And of course, Naparima College forming a partnership with Club Sando. And of course, last week in our conversation with us, he said that they want to integrate more Naparima College players into the Club Sando team to serve as their feeder team. So we're getting ready for kickoff, getting ready for this clash here. So we want to welcome back Chris Gill, who will take over, and he has the call for this game.
Thank you, Ian. And that's Ian Wason, our producer. Yeah, man. So, all right. So we're looking at the teams. And it's interesting. The last game we saw with AC Port of Spain, they went down 3-2 to Caledonia. And the last game I witnessed with Sando, they came away winners 3-0, I believe, over Point Fortin Civic Center. But they also had a game here where they demolished Central FC 6-1. They have a good attacking set forwards. They have Tariq Lee, Keon Cornwall, Luke Phillip, and then they're supported by Real Gill and Elton John. It's really, really good. So if they get themselves together, they play excellently up front. They really have an aggressive and good. And then they have Ragu in goal, who I am very impressed with. So if you're looking at it, AC Port of Spain are playing in black with a little bit of red on it. Club Sando in yellow. They are going right to left. AC Port of Spain are going left to right on your screen. Early minutes here. That is McFay trying to settle with it. And all the way back to Mario Williams. He scored a goal. Jesse Williams, he came on as a sub last time, but he's starting here. Marvin Phillip. Just taking their time, knocking it around. And that was Phillips just angling the ball, and back to Ragu. And I'm curious as to when I think that this young keeper is going to make his national debut for the senior team. He looks a quality keeper, to be honest. Oh, and Elijah Wilson leaving there for Jesse Williams, but his cross is cut out. So early days yet. Gittins ball coming off, and is it a throw or corner? Referee, I'm looking to see. Seems to be a throw, and certainly the Mario Williams is taking his time to go down into the far corner. He has to trot quite a long way for the ball. So it might be a corner kick. He's gone maybe 30, 40 meters to get the ball. So just slowing things down a bit. It is a throw. Long throw in. Gets all the way to the center, almost to the penalty spot before it was defended and cleared. Oh, and a good tackle, a good saving tackle there. So Shaquille Holder, and on this side, number 47 is Josiah Wilson. He definitely had some speed. I have about 6 in the box for AC Port of Spain. Ooh, and a good header. He's upset with himself, and rightly so. It was a free header. Should have done better. He's thinking to himself. That's Daniel Cyrus. But a good clear header he had. He had not much was around. And he's thinking to himself that should have been 1-0, and I can't disagree with him. Ragu takes his time. As I said, he has to go a good way back to get the ball. He had to go maybe 60 meters to get it. Real Gill couldn't settle down. And again, the footing and the type of footwear, what studs you're using, the length, that's going to be critical. I think players are missing that the ground is slippery. And every time they come here and it's wet, that's what happens. When it's dry, it's a different ground to when it's wet. Charles, all the way back. Good ball for Wilson. Williams. Just pumping it up. And easily dealt with by Josiah Cooper. And that back line of Cooper, Elton John, they tend to be fairly decent at the back there. Real Gill. Oh, just losing out there was Phillips, but coming back is Cornwall. He's changed his hairstyle a bit for this game. Oh, that ball there was looking for Lee, but it was a bit long, so Williams is easily dealing with it and is bringing the ball up now. And Philip gets the ball back. He's just slowing the game down. It's just about 5 minutes gone and nothing much has happened, to be honest. Wilson, bad pass and lucky to get the ball back. Some intricate play here, and then I say that no sooner and the ball goes away. Real Gill, good ball, finds his man. Luke Phillip here, looking for Isaiah Lee in the center. Oh, has his man going, breaking his legs. Oh, but Lee is offside. The ball found its way to him. Looked to be in a very advantageous position, but linesman says he's offside. So just getting their groove going is Club Sando, and that trio, Cornwall, Lee, Phillips, they really do tend to dominate defenders. And then you have backup from Gill and Elton John. And Hamilton there as well. It's a good ball forward. Couldn't do much with it was Anthony Charles. But it's out for a throw. You see Port of Spain trying to get themselves in the game. I want to say that they are knocking it around. So again, it's going to be another long throw. Mario Williams again, and up for the throw again is Daniel Cyrus. If he gets that header again, I think he knows he has to do better. But he's gone to the near post. Not sure that's the best position for him. Or maybe the plan is different. A flick-on header. It is aimed at him. And it just goes way over all the players and out here for a corner. Wilson is going to Set it up. Is he going to take a short corner? No, Nanton comes over. He's going to take the corner. Ties his shoelaces. And it seems to be just a little bit of tempers flaring in his center. Referee she's just making sure everything is calm and quiet. It's a football game. It's not a boxing match, which brings us to the fact that we'll be bringing MMA on the 31st of January. If you want to see that type of action, stick with us. Nanton, swing it in. No, yes. Still, referee is talking to Cyrus, letting him know, calm down. You still have 80 plus minutes to go in the game, so don't get too crazy yet. Ball falls there, but in the end, looks like Phillips was able to get the ball out. And again, he gets to the ball. Lee trying to get to the ball there. Nanton. But it's Real Gill looking for a man over on the far side, and he does. He does find space and time, and that's John Phillips. Can't do much. And so far, AC Port of Spain has stifled the attacking prowess of Club Sando. That's where the powers lie in those top three, that most forward three of Cornwall, Lee, and Williams. And Phillips, sorry. And now for this match, they have Jabari Henry, who also is going to be like that supporting midfielder. Wilson turns inside, finds Nanton, shields the ball well. Leston Paul, not the producer. Charles sends it over. Back with Leston Paul, playing a good 1-2 here. Taking his time. Jesse Williams crosses the ball in and Cooper had to make a diving header to make sure the ball didn't go towards the center of the goal. Good clearing header, but it was desperate defending. And Club Sando find themselves under pressure here. So it's Nanton again. He's going to take a corner again. In. Leston Paul finds all the way back to Shaquille Holder. McFay. Leston Paul. Oh, it's a good, brings it down there, cuts inside, has his man. Oh, McFay can't. He tried to dribble one, dribble two. Lee. Oh, and that's a foul there, and that might be a card because he was the last defender. It is a card. Trying to see his number. He's upset with the referee, but I think referee didn't have much choice. Lee would have been turned and going. And we're just waiting for confirmation of who the card is for. He's upset. So I'll just tell you who the card is for as soon as I get a chance to see his number. And again, a lot of errant passes here. Leston Paul bundled over off the ball by Phillips. I think it's Nathan Lewis. So good interchange there between Cornwall and Henry. So you see the back line here. It's number 5, Elton John, Josiah Cooper, and then along with them they have Hamilton, then Kadeem Gittins. Hamilton being the defensive midfielder. He's also the captain of Club Sando. I think the yellow card was Gittins, I believe. But we'll double check that. We're trying to get that information for you. Cornwall, they're just knocking it around. Cooper. Gittins is another Gittins on, of course, on Club Sando, so you get that. Cooper. Oh, and he's missed the pass there. But Elton John cleans up. Good ball here. Hamilton, and he, well, drags his shot wide, and it didn't have much power either. Keeper dived, but I think that was more for just making sure that it was past the post. He knew it wasn't on target. He definitely didn't have the speed or power to beat him. And again, another long walk to get the ball. So a long delay here, and I'm not sure if there are a couple of, probably this needs to be sorted out in terms of at least having a ball nearby or something similar. The ball heads up field, but it's brought down, and Real Gill dispossessed. In here, Wilson finds his man, McPhee, but slips as he shoots, and that there takes the power from the ball. I think Club Sando are not finding their rhythm right now. Certainly AC Port of Spain in the ascendancy. Wilson. Nanton. Doesn't find anybody there other than Luke Phillips. Real Gill. Ball headed down into space, but nobody was there, and then Charles cleaned up. And now Cyrus. He's coming forward a little bit. His ball is just a tad heavy. And you have to say that some of the passing really needs to be worked on. The accuracy, the weighting. And I know conditions are not ideal, but they're not bad by any stretch of the imagination. So both teams here is just errant in their passes. Their play is a little disorganized right now. So both teams trying to figure out how to settle down. Certainly Club Sando have not found any rhythm so far in this game. And that happens sometimes. They just haven't found themselves as yet. AC Port of Spain in the ascendancy, but if this was a boxing match, it would barely be any difference in terms of points. But points don't win matches. Goals do. And so far, it is goalless in this game. Real Gill takes the ball. He's going inside and he's tackled from behind. And Wilson, a good tackle. He claimed the ball cleanly. McFay. Oh, he was looking for the return pass, but he would have had Usain Bolt, would have had to get there. And Leston Paul, oh no, that's Jesse Williams, considerably slower than Usain. Hamilton. Phillips turns inside. Hamilton. And again, that interplay, just not losing out easily, too easily to Nanton. Wilson, he's been lively since he's been on. So a good ball, dummy, Leston Paul leaving it for the man on the far side. The shot looping off the defender and going behind for a corner. And that was Nathan Lewis there, cutting inside and swinging. And we are now approaching the 20-minute mark. They're piling bodies in there. Cyrus is in there. Oh, and it's way long here, but Isaiah Lee. And he's adjudged to have fouled Shaquille Holder and free kick on the far side. So not quite a corner, but as good as you would want to say. And another opportunity to, from a dead ball, to just whipping across. Cyrus stays up. This one is a good ball in, and Phillips heads it over. So another corner here, and it's sustained pressure by AC Port of Spain, but it hasn't resulted in a goal as yet. So they're putting quite a lot of pressure on Club Sando, who defensively have been solid thus far. They haven't really looked like they're conceding a goal, except for that early free header that Cyrus got, and that was really a flash chance, and it came to him as quickly as it left him. Nanton. Yet another corner. This one is a lot better. Ooh, and it bounced and dipped and swerved, and nobody could get on the end of it in the end. Leston Paul being the closest. But so goes behind for a goal kick and relieves some of the pressure for Club Sando. And of course, you're looking at Wave TV. This is Trinidad and Tobago Premier Football League action live from the Atto Bolden Stadium. Club Sando in yellow, AC Port of Spain in black. The score is 0-0. 0-0. We had an earlier game that featured FC Eagles of Tobago, and they came up. I'm trying to remember, but yes, they came up. They lost, I want to say they lost 3-2 to Central FC. Entertaining game. They never was in front in that game. Eagles, they trailed every single time, and in the end, stoppage time goal from Ross Russell sealing the deal for Central FC. Jesse Williams there coming in hard, but he's adjudged to have touched the ball last. So Kadeem Gittins will gather the ball and look to throw it in again. Sustained pressure by AC Port of Spain. Hasn't resulted in anything. Certainly not in a goal, not even a half chance. Well, somebody's going to get a card. I'm not sure what is happening right now. It's a red card for Jesse Williams. It is a red card for Jesse Williams. And a red card for Luke Phillips. And the two are still, and it looks like they want to have a battle. Well, we can put them in the MMA. And tempers are flaring. And the AC Port of Spain goalkeeper and captain Marvin Phillip is getting himself involved instead of calming the situation down. The referee made a decision. She sent off Luke Phillips for Club Sando and Jesse Williams. And we have to see a replay of that. I'm asking my producer because I didn't see the initial. I saw a sort of interaction between the two, but I didn't see any real thing. I realized Jesse Williams pushed or may have pushed Luke Phillips in his back. They clashed for a ball just mere seconds before that. So now each team is down to 10 men. And you got to say you're not sure. One team has lost a defender and one team has lost an attacking midfielder. And in my view, Club Sando might have come out worse there because Luke Phillips is the heart of their midfield, their attacking midfield. He's all over the place. Scored a goal in the last game. So I think he's going to be a greater loss for Club Sando. But it's 10v10 now. So there's going to be lots of space on this field. McFay trying to get somebody in here. Wilson is on the far side. He's Nanton. But that was never going to come off. All right, so let's see if we can find the incident. Well, to be quite honest, it didn't look like anything on the part of Phillips. And I can't say it looked like anything on the part of Jesse Williams either. I know they had been entangled before and the referee did speak with them, but I don't know if it was the word said or the attempts at... So there they are. I know they had a sort of a tangle prior to the actual incident that led to their dismissal. Cooper. Real Gill. It's going to be more important for him. And Cyrus just... So let's see if we can get that incident. He goes to throw in the ball. As I say, I can't say that I saw anything. In the meantime, Cornwall has it. Got it again. Hamilton. Real Gill. Lets the ball slide off his foot. Oh, and I have to say, sometimes the quality of the passing is poor. Absolutely poor. On the far side, McFay gets and he puts a good return ball here. And a cross with the outside of the foot, but Ragu, he's so competent. I have to say, I've hardly ever seen him flustered. Williams beats out Lee there. Nanton. And it's a very different game with 10v10. Lots of space. That difference in one man. He's in here with a chance. Oh! Well, he got a good return ball from McFay. That was Nathan Lewis. And he struck it sweetly, but he struck it maybe too sweetly, and it was always rising. Sort of like the price of goods in the grocery. Hamilton. And that's a great ball through. And that has to be, well, the referee says play on, and I got to disagree with there. That looked like a foul to me. Hamilton put Cornwall through, and he had beaten the defender, or it looked like. Here comes Wilson. Oh, and Cooper somehow managed to get a ball on there. Real Gill. He's got to look for the far side. A little fancy from Cornwall. He should have looked for the easier pass. And sometimes that's what's happening here. But here we see. Oh, Cooper. I don't know who he passed to. It definitely wasn't anybody there. And now surging forward. Real Gill has to pull it back up. Cornwall. Gittins. Hamilton. Cooper. Gittins. And certainly just getting a little rhythm here for themselves, knocking the ball around. And sometimes that's what a team needs to do to get themselves back in the game. Cornwall. Real Gill. Still moving. He's moved left. He's moved right. Lee. Oh, and he tried to put the ball back for Gill. A good tackle. But in the end, Nanton comes away with the ball, and Jesse Williams, no, that's number 20, less than Paul, sorry. Jesse Williams been sent off. So the two players sent off, 2 red cards simultaneous. Jesse Williams and Luke Phillips. And we are going to have to look at that incident when we get a chance. And in my view, I didn't see Luke Phillips making a foul. Maybe after the incident, but certainly the initial foul, which... And you can almost say that Club Sando might feel aggrieved by having Williams sent off. But we'll see the incident and see if we can judge. You be the judge for yourself. Good crossing here. Oh, and a good clearing header by Davidson. Hamilton. That is a good ball he's found. And Lee. And he's that type of player. He likes to run one-on-one with it against the defenders. And he's good at that. Looking for Cornwall. Gill. Good ball here. Ooh, and Cyrus had to make a tackle. All right, so we're going to look at the incident. Let's see. Here's the throw. It's going to throw the ball in. There's something happening right now. We're not seeing that. But as he throws in here goes the throw. And that is the foul by Jesse Williams. He's given a, well, if that is the incident, I can't see why Philip is going to be sent off. Maybe there's something happening that we are not seeing. So he is sent off. And the ball has gone behind again. So she's called him out. And I honestly can't see why he has gotten a red card. That is just strange. At this point, there's the fighting, but he had already received the red card. So I'm baffled as to why Luke Phillips got the red card. He was fouled by Jesse Williams, and I can't see anything. He was actually on the ground, and he was motioned by the referee to get up. after he had been fouled and given a card. So that leaves me just, I'm not sure what to think. But in the end, it's even Stevens. You want to say 10v10? Cornwall? And then Marvin Phillip came all the way over here to protest, and I thought that was in poor taste. But here's Leston Paul with the ball after a slip and a couple of slips, and the referee is letting play happen. Isaiah Lee. Well, we are suggesting it has to be something off camera, but we still can't say that we saw anything. Cornwall. Real Gill, and a lot of players are just sliding. Lee gets by his man. Oh, and that's a crunching tackle from Williams. But the referee signals a corner. They had an incident prior, right at the corner. They did come together. There was flared tempers, but I'm not sure that I saw any yellow cards. The challenge by Jesse Williams, in my mind, would have been a yellow card offense. It was rough. It was a foul. But I don't know that it was a red card offense, to be honest. I'm not quite certain. And of course, very unlikely for us to question the referee. We can't. And I think both coaches could feel aggrieved by the decision. But in the end, they would both probably say, well, it's even. Wasn't like one player got sent off and another one here. So throw in for Club Sando. While all of that has happened, 35 minutes of play has passed. Cooper finds Real Gill. Goes over to Cornwall. Oh, and it's a diving header from, well, I'm not sure who that was diving in. But he couldn't get his head to the ball, and in the end, Cyrus was able to put it out behind. That was Elton John diving in, headlong. He really tried. So now the pressure has swung the other way, and it's Club Sando in the ascendancy, and they are playing football in AC Port of Spain's half. And of course, this habit of putting the ball as far forward on the corner as possible, something they're seeing all over the world. Corner whipped in, but Wilson gets it down. But in the end, it goes all the way across, and Cooper puts it back to Davidson, who finds Hamilton, who finds Real Gill. Or does he? Well, he does now. Players slipping and sliding on. Gill himself slid as he took that shot. Gets on the ball here. And that was McFay just trying to find Wilson. Wilson again. He has his man. He cuts inside. But not much. That looked like a handball, but Nathan Lewis gets away with that if it was. And Williams, Mario. And it goes all the way out for Ragu. John. Davidson. Hamilton. Kittens. Gill. Lee turns one, turns the other, and he had a man right there in Cornwall, didn't find him, tried to go through a space that would have to be the size of a needle. And lost possession. And so AC Port of Spain take up the ball. No goals so far, closing in on 40 minutes, and the game has been happening in spurts, a bit of on and off, on and off. Right now, it's slowed down quite considerably, with both teams just knocking it around in midfield. No team pushing, pressing defensively, no team pressing forward aggressively. McPhee, oh, he's stretching, and again, Hamilton, his opposite number, gets that ball. Lee can't get behind Williams. Williams again. Wilson going down the line. But it's a good tackle from Cooper. All ball. Wilson can't complain about that. Lewis. Well, he trapped the ball for the defender. And Cornwall. And the two number 19s clashing in the center of the field, but looks like Hamilton came off worse, but they look almost similar, to be quite honest. Hairstyles, size, build. Gill cuts inside. Lee cuts his man. He's trying to beat Cyrus. And again, he had the man outside of him in Hamilton, didn't use him, lost possession. McPhee finds Wilson. He has space. Lewis is going down the line. Good ball here. Looking to cross it in. And just a good piece of defending by Elton John. And I like saying his whole name. McPhee with a shot. Yes, my producer's asking me if I'm a fan of Elton John. The man has awesome music. So Bonval is looking to come on in place of Nanton. And I'm not sure if it's because Nanton is injured. It's an odd substitution 4 minutes before the end of the first half, about 3 minutes before the end of the first half. So Bonval did start the last match that we saw them play, where they lost 3-2 to Caledonia. Doesn't look like Nanton is injured. But he is off. Maybe they decide they need more speed up front. Bonval is quick. And so he can trouble the defenders. So now they're going to have Wilson and Bonval up front to trouble the defenders. And I think that is a wise choice. They'll just have to get the ball into space. Hamilton. Oh, he lost the ball, tried to get it back, and he didn't get it back legally. So Bonval is moving forward. Wilson has gone over to the far side, and Bonval is on this side where he naturally plays. Leston Paul stands over the ball with Cyrus. Everybody behind the ball for Club Sando. All 10 men, 3 in the wall, a loose wall. Leston, Paul, McPhee, Cyrus. Cyrus is taking a run up, akin to a fast bowler. but in the end, a smothered shot from McFay and a lot of hullabaloo, but no dynamite at the end. Rather, no explosion, just a lot of dynamite. So, building from the back, we closing in on the last couple of minutes of play in the first half. Really a sort of stop and start first half for both teams. No team has really settled here. No team has gotten in. The only real incident of this first half is the sending off of Jesse Williams for AC Port of Spain and Luke Phillips for Club Sando. And we are here in the booth mystified as to why that happened. One man is trying to go through the entire team and he, as usual, doesn't get past a certain point. That was Anthony Charles, Real Gill being harassed by McFay. It's a good ball for Cornwall. Oh, and he couldn't put it in the net. And that is the best chance Club Sando has created. Real Gill, decisive run. And Cornwall was on the end of a really good, well-weighted pass. But he was being defended, strongly defended there. In the end, I'm trying to think who's that was defending. Might have been Leston Paul or one of those, but he was... or even number 22. But in the end, he couldn't get, I think it was Shaquille Holder, he couldn't get a shot off on target. Close. So, and that's the kind of thing that forward line of Club Sando can do. Just open you up. Here's Lewis. So it goes back with Williams. I think we certainly are or should be into time added on at the end of the half. Bonval, first touch, dribbles one. Successfully passes it off to Nathan Lewis. Less than Paul here. Charles finds Cyrus. Shaquille Holder on the far side. And whipped in cross by Wilson. Lee with his back to the player. He's good like that. He's good with his back to the goal. Wilson with a chance. He's speedy. Will he get there in time? No, he doesn't. Ball goes behind for a goal kick. So still not at the end of the first half, it seems. But by my count and everybody, I know it started about a minute or two after the time it was supposed to start. I'm not sure. Less than Paul. Trying to chip the ball here for McFay. Oh, and the ball just wouldn't drop for him. Lee. Well, he would have come back from an offside position. But certainly when he got the ball, he was not in an offside position. But I think he was well beyond the last defender when the ball would have been kicked up. Nathan Lewis. Bonval has a man to take on. And he's stopped easily. Or too easily, to be honest. Real Gill. He finds a good ball through here, but just a little heavy for Isaiah Lee to get on the end of. So a couple of things happening. I'm not sure if we've certainly, we are registering minute 48 here. So probably the sign for the extra time added on went up already. Cornwall, great turn. But still he has 4 defenders here. Hamilton. Real Gill. And the music truck is going up the highway, playing some of our producer's favorite brand of music. And that is the halftime whistle. So at the half, the scores Club Sando nil, AC Port of Spain nil. The only thing of interest that might have happened beyond a couple of half chances, the sending off of Jesse Williams, number 28 for AC Port of Spain, and number 11, Luke Phillips for Club Sando. So we're going to run some messages and we'll come back with the second half.
TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
But top players. I will drop her. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how you enjoyed the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you have a good night. Bye. TKR here at my daughter-in-law, my son, my whole family is here, and gosh, I'm having a good time.
Nice. And what's your name?
Amina.
Amina.
I'm having a wonderful time. That's my daughter-in-law, Emily. So hi, we're having a good time, and TKR is going to win tonight. Yes, it is. That's it.
Can you tell us your top 3 TKR players?
But top 2 players. But top 2 players. I will drop her. I don't know nobody else.
Okay, so far, how are you enjoying the game?
I am having a blast of a time. I am having a wonderful time. And gosh, I'll be back here next year. Please, God, will do. I want to go to Ghana, so I will be there. Okay. Yes, you have a good night. Bye.
All right, we're back for the second half. So we, as good producers and thing, we try to find out what happened. And we're going to look at the incident, and now the cameras don't pick up the entire incident. So apparently, while this play, this throw was being taken, there you see, I think that would be Gittins, number 23, going to take the throw. Right then, apparently, an elbow had occurred. So Jesse Williams had been elbowed by Luke Phillips, and he retaliated. The referee was on spot. She saw both incidents. She saw the elbow from Luke Phillips, and she saw the retaliation from Jesse Williams. Marvin Phillips, I think, is lucky to not have been sent off or at least gotten a card for remonstrating with the referee. So there, and then after, you see the two squaring up for each other, and then the melee started with the coaches jumping in between. Marvin Phillips should have definitely been given a card. He had to be restrained. He was using, has to be obscene language. So we're going to start the second half. In the end, both teams are down to 10 men. Both teams have not scored a goal. So all to play in the second half, and hopefully things will happen. Now, a team, when you have 10 men on a field, it's always considerably more space. It doesn't sound like, but losing that one player. So what you have is Club Sando doing a 4-2-3, and AC Port of Spain doing a 2-4-3. Different setups. Bonval. Cyrus, and he's going to look across here. Shaquille Holder. Wilson. Cyrus. It's a good ball, but easily cut out by Mario Williams. Real Gil spreads the play right across. Better start for the second half by Club Sando. Davidson. McPhail lost his footing, but And again, a poor pass. Just the passing is needs so much to be desired sometimes. Wilson. He's been one of the better players on the park. Nathan Lewis. Bonval was going one way and the ball was going the next. And you can always tell Bonval, he's got that old style afro going. Davidson. Hamilton. Elton John. Oh, and that is a poorly weighted pass. He was looking to find Lee. He was nowhere near to finding him. I haven't seen any substitutes, with the exception of Bonval coming on. Cyrus. Leston Paul harassed by Davidson all the way back to Marvin Phillip, who might have just, well, in the end, the referee says a foul and quickly taken. Leston Paul looking upward. He has Bonval ahead of him. Lewis connects with Bonval, connects with Lewis. He's in here. He's in. Shot directly at the keeper, but he was in. It was a good 1-2 between Bonval and Lewis got a chance. He shot, though, well covered by Ragu. And as I said, he makes things look really simple. He really made it look simple there. Covered his angles well. And a slip. And again, the footing is not the best. And Isaiah Lee has not been having a good time up front, chasing the ball. So things are settling down a bit. Bonval is having a better game this time than he did on Wednesday. Wilson. And that is just a horrible pass. Bonval in here with a chance. Oh, and he puts it wide. He was in there with a chance. He made room. He made the run in. And he did all the right things. And he couldn't get it on target. And there you see, he just dragged it wide. But you got to give credit to the keeper. He spread himself big. And Bonval didn't have much to aim at. So Leston Paul is going to take the free kick. Corner, and Bonval met it, but he couldn't do much with it. And it's gone for a goal kick. John. Hamilton. Cooper. Back to Ragu. So they're knocking it around the back, trying to find space to go forward. Henry. Lee. This time he has chance to collect, and he finds Cornwall. He finds him back. Oh, and he loses his footing again. And again, loses his footing and ends up handling the ball. And that's it. Again, we've said conditions on the foot are not the best. And he's that type of player with a low center of gravity. He can turn on a dime. But on a surface like this, he might be turning and slipping and sliding, which is what is happening to him. Good long ball. So no goals so far. And no team really creating clear-cut chances. That first one there from Bonval or from AC Port of Spain that Bonval got in, but it might be the best thing. Wilson, good tackle, but Leston Paul is able to get the ball. Bonval has straight offside, and Leston Paul falls over, trying to slow the things down. Real Gill going left, going right. He's got men ahead of him and just can't find a pass. And that's always the key. Men are running away from the ball rather than to the ball. As Shaquille Holder just takes his time and puts it back to his keeper. Bonval trying to hook up with McPhee. Nathan Lewis, he's got a couple of spaces and chances. Lewis again. Goes all the way back to Leston Paul. Holder. Wilson, he's been really active for the most of the game. Holder takes off. Ooh, and he got in a good shot. So had space, ran at the defense and hit a reasonable shot, but it was not anywhere near to target. So still 0-0. John finds Henry. You got to think that both coaches are considering bringing on substitutes sooner rather than later. McFay uses his strength and holds off the defender, but his ball in is poor. Bonval couldn't get on the end of it, and there was no way that Cornwall could get to that return pass. McPhee turns his man. Leston Paul. Lewis. Bonval. Beats one. Lewis cuts inside. Has chance for the shot. And again, it just goes wide of the goal. So they're getting closer. But so far in this second half, you got to say that AC Port of Spain look like the team more likely to score. They've created a couple of chances. Bonval has had one. Nathan Lewis has had a shooting chance. So nothing from Club Sando. And without Luke Phillips, that team is definitely not going to be producing as much. He is sort of like the battery, the energizer bunny in the middle of the park. For them, he's everywhere, doing almost everything. And he's, in my view, one of the important pieces in that front trio with Lee and Cornwall. Take him out and you have an issue. AC Port of Spain have lost Williams, but they're able to cover their defensive with the three defenders that they do have. So as I say, I think the sending off has affected Club Sando a lot more than it has affected AC Port of Spain. Holder. Leston Paul. Well, I'm just got a ball back and then it bounced oddly for him and he had to, in the end, just put it out. So Henry. Real Gill. Slipping. And he puts a good ball over. Gets the ball back. He has time and space. Cornwall turns. So a bit of pressure here from Club Sando. Hamilton turns and loses possession way too easily. Bonval making his way up, but he's guilty of an errant pass. Cornwall. Lee gets the ball on his chest and he takes it down. Davidson. Henry. Some better football here from Club Sando. Real Gill. Cooper. They steadily put in some pressure on here. Henry. Oh, and couldn't keep his foot in his Isaiah Lee. And that's what's been happening. They've been losing the footing just at that crucial time. Bonval. Running a lot with the ball. Leston Paul lets it slide and comes all the way over to Holder. Wilson. He's been a lot less effective since he's switched sides with Bonval. Good ball there for Real Gill. Cuts inside. Is he going to shoot? Oh, what a shot! And Marvin Phillip was equal to the task. He did cut inside. He did shoot. It was excellent. There you see it. And Marvin Phillip put both hands up and said, not here. So, good opening created by Club Sando. That's probably their first real opening of the second half, certainly. They may have created one in the first. Cornwall. Hamilton. But they obviously didn't think that through. Oh, it's fallen oddly there. And sort of a mumble jumble back for. Oh, and you really, I can't make this up. Just, pass after pass. Gittins here. Doesn't have anybody to put the ball into. Real Gill turns. It's in the box. Puts it back. Can't get it across. Leston Paul clears. And eventually they do get it off. But only as far as Gittins. And so now it definitely is some sustained pressure by Club Sando. Seem to have gotten their groove. And I said, this game is really going up and down, back and forth. No team dominant for any extended period, but teams have been dominant for short periods. Henry tries to find Lee, making one of those normal runs. Real Gill cuts inside. And McPhee tackled. And the exit is to Bonval. He's onside. But Club Sando defended in a line. Nathan Lewis can't get past Cooper. And Gittins does the sweeping up on the far side, Davidson. And then gives the ball away. Some of the passing is just unexplainable. Holder. And the ball went out for a corner despite Ragu's best efforts to make it look like it didn't. And so AC Port of Spain get a corner and relieve some of that pressure. But the passing has just been, if I had to grade it, I would say around D. And I think I'm being exceedingly generous. 60 minutes gone in the game. A lot of errant passes. I know the surface isn't the absolute best, but it is decent. So I see AC Port of Spain are preparing the very first substitute of the game. Yes. Is he going to come on before? It's Shaquille Henry. He did score a goal in the last game, but he also did cramp up. So he is going to come on. I'm not sure for whom. But with 10 men on the field and his speed, it's definitely it's going to be. Corner comes in. Ragu, safe as houses. Nathan Lewis. And, well, that was just not even remotely close to troubling Ragu. So number 19, McPhee comes off. And Shaquille Henry comes on. And McPhee's done a lot of running. Looks a little tired, one for way. And as I said, the surface is heavy. It's not the easiest surface to run on. And he is a big guy. And you think that because he's big and physically strong, but sometimes that works against you where the ground is heavy and you have to really lift your feet up a lot and stop, especially the stopping. So he's taken off and Shaquille Henry goes on. As you hear the house commentator, not sure who that is, but my producer might tell me. My producer says he doesn't know, and I'll have to Google it. Real Gill. He was moving, but the ball wasn't moving with him. Nathan Lewis. Bonval in space. He's got crosses that ball, but again, Ragu is so composed in goal. And I am still, every time I see him, I'm almost in shock as to why he isn't a first choice keeper for the Trinidad and Tobago football team. I'm not, well, making the assumption he is local. Lewis calls for offside, but he was decidedly onside. Ball goes over to the far side. Real Gill. And sometimes you are shocked by the level of passing for Real Gill or some of the players who are at international level and have played consistently with teams in professional leagues outside of Trinidad and Tobago. Cornwall. Lewis. Shaquille Henry trying to get in the mix. He is very quick, so you got to look out for him. Henry. John. Hamilton. Real Gill goes to the byline. And it is a handball and it is a penalty. And Real Gill has made something happen almost out of nothing. He had an opportunity there. I don't think that the player can have much respite. We're going to look at the replay. There is no VAR. As far as I know, in the Premier League. Let's see if we can see it. All right, so it's going to be a penalty, and the man who created the penalty through his skillful play, Real Gill, is going to take the penalty. We have seen one penalty saved tonight in the earlier game. That was Rivers. Kemuel Rivers missed. He was the captain of Eagles, and he missed. Or rather, Bryce saved. Marvin Phillip here is going to hope to do the same thing. Real Gill steps up. but he does not miss. It's a very good penalty. 1-0 Club Sando. So I think they're still complaining. AC Port of Spain players, Cyrus most notably. And of course, and Marvin Phillip is joining in. And again, I thought Marvin Phillip was lucky to escape a card. There you see the penalty again. Marvin Phillip was lucky to escape a card when things seemed to get a little out of hand earlier on. So he probably needs to be careful. He might be treading on thin ice. 1-0. Club Sando with a penalty here in about the 65th minute of the game. So they have it all to do. 10v10. Shaquille Henry missing there. Oh, and he might be in here. And Lewis trying to get in. But it was good pass in the end. Bonval on the far side. Puts Lewis back under some... No, Nathan... Less than Paul with a good clearance. Cooper. Real Gill brings the ball down. Very good. That is a good ball for Cornwall and a really good defensive header by Cyrus. Because if he didn't do that there, Cornwall was in. But Cornwall realized what was happening and sort of was nonchalantly making his U-turn before Lewis easily evades. Looks like Real Gill on the far side. Bonval now. They got to find an equalizer. He has his man. Gets past him. Crosses in here. And Shaquille Henry can't control. Cornwall. Henry chips the ball there. And I'm not sure what the lines person is saying. But yeah, it's Club Sando's ball. So it's 1-0 to Club Sando. You can hear the house announcer, who my producer doesn't know who he is. And I think AC Port of Spain can feel aggrieved to be 1-0 down. No side has really been outstanding. If any side has created more goal-scoring chances, it would definitely be AC Port of Spain. But football is about goals, not goal-scoring chances, not points, just goals. And that's what wins matches. Here's Bonval, and he's trying to create one now. As AC Port of Spain step up. Bonval drifts his man inside. Lewis cuts back for less than Paul. Crosses on the far side for Wilson. Drives it in, but it didn't get very far. And that was a heavy foul by Cyrus. And you got to think that might have been a yellow card offense, but the referee is taking her time. Cyrus knew what he was doing. I don't think he ever had a chance of getting the ball. We have a player down way on the far side. That's Gittins. So 1-0 to Club Sando. Penalty in around the 65th minute. Getting a little tied tongue. there, but we looking on. The rain has held off. It's a cool night, so the players are handling the conditions pretty decently. The ground is a bit cut up and slidey on the surface. We've seen a lot of players slipping and sliding because there's been water on the surface. And the very first goal we saw tonight in the earlier match was as a result of that, when David hit that ball and it glided off the surface, almost just picking up speed. But so far in this game, we haven't seen that type of shot. Bonval and Nathan Lewis on the far side. Bonval gets the ball back. Oh, and that's, well, I would have to say that was a foul. And I don't think he could have much complaints there. He tackled Bonval and he didn't tackle the ball, in my view. And then Bonval's teammate tries to knock his head off. Holder trying to find Wilson. Does. Who also was trying to find Shaquille Henry. But Hamilton came back, did his defensive work that he's supposed to. So the trio up front now for Club Sando is Wilson, Bonval, and Shaquille Henry. They are all very quick players. Not physical, very different from McVeigh. And I think maybe that change of tactic, because McVeigh was a sort of player that you can get the ball to, he can hold off a couple of defenders. On the other side, what you have is Isaiah Lee playing almost by himself. And the support comes usually from Cornwall and Phillip. There's no Phillip in this case. He's been sent off. So Cornwall has been his most supportive player. And then you have Real Gill. But Real Gill sort of does a midfield type thing. So free kick for Club Sando. AC Port of Spain. Leston Paul, Bonval, Cyrus, all the way across here to Holder. Holder gets the return pass, but Cooper was easily there before him and cut the ball out. So danger averted for the time being, but pressure mounting here from AC Port of Spain. Holder looking to go inside, gets by his man. Ragu spread himself, and he does it. It looks like it's a danger, but he somehow makes it look very comfortable almost every single time when he's in the goal. I think I want to see him at that national level. But sometimes players are good at club level and then they rise up to that higher level and they can't compete. But we'll see how that goes. Marvin Phillip, he's been at international level. He showed how good he is. Wilson, trying to go by his man. Loses out, then gets it back. Williams, through ball. Keeper was easily onto it. Shaquille Henry. He hasn't had much of the ball since he's been on. And Club Sando look like they're preparing a substitute. And also, you gotta say, AC Port of Spain is also doing the same. Well, AC Port of Spain is going to bring on Brent Sam. Lee, in the meantime, Isaiah Lee. Oh, Cornwall. He was going in the wrong direction, away from the goal and into the defender. Had he gone the opposite direction, he would have been going towards the goal and away from the defender. And I can't understand that style of play. So I see Brent Sam warming up for AC Port of Spain. And I see Mark Wolf warming up for Club Sando. Or at least, well, beyond warming up, they're prepared to come on. different types of player. It would mean that AC Port of Spain are throwing 4 definitive attackers on the field for their 10 man and for the but here's Bonval in the meantime. He turns beautifully, crosses excellently. And it needed a good clearance. Hamilton. Bonval gets it back. Shaquille Henry. Looking at 1. Looking at 2. Nathan Lewis. But he falls down and referee calls a halt to the play. 75 plus minutes gone. Couple of players down. As we see, Brent Sam is going to come on for, I'm not sure which player he's going to come on for, but first we're going to find out. Brent Sam is coming on for Anthony Charles. He's a midfielder, so Club Sando are going all in terms of attacking, and they are a goal down, so they definitely have to. And Isaiah Lee is coming off, and he's going to be replaced by Mark War, but Isaiah had done a lot of running. I mean, Tariq Lee, sorry, he's done a lot of running. There's also an Isaiah Lee that plays. He plays for Caledonia, I believe. So Tariq Lee is off. He's done a lot of running and slipping and sliding. And Mark Wolf is on. So drop ball, and somebody just speeds off with it. Real Gil, for all the advancement, just pushes the ball 30 yards back. Cornwall. He's not been the force, the attacking force he has been in previous games. The referee has signaled a throw for Club Sando, and everybody's getting all upset. And he's upset with the lines person. But he's been cautioned by the 4th official. Protest, but do so respectfully. Wilson. Cyrus, and he's lost the ball out to Wolf, who shoots, ball spins off. And that was Holder putting it off, but Nathan Lewis is able to control. So pressure on Marvin Phillips, Cyrus here. Shaquille Henry a long way back and finds a good ball for Bonval. Time settles down. Finds Holder, finds Lewis, back with Bonval. Back with Lewis. And the cross is coming in. Sam was high there, but Raghu was in a better position. Sam couldn't get on the end of it. It was a high cross that was coming down rather than across. And so Brent Sam couldn't get it there. Poor clearance from Raghu. If I have to say I've seen a fault of his, it could be that for now. Bonval was trying to find, looks like Brent Sam, but he slipped and not much more he could do. Real Gil. Oh, he's through here. Real Gil is in here. Cuts inside. And, well, again, I am baffled by the type of play. He had space, and instead of running at the goal, he ran away from the goal, bringing the defender into play. Wolf. And in the end, Club Sando has to go all the way back. John, Elton John, that is. Henry, Cornwall, pushed in the back, and the linesman signals a foul. Davidson, Cornwall, just looking for the ball down the line, but intercepted by Wilson. Henry, long ball over. He was looking for Bonval. Here's Cornwall. He's got a good ball there for Real Gill, but he's no match in speed for Cyrus. Nathan Lewis. And Wilson loses out. Oh, and a bad pass by Davidson. So back to Philip. They just have about 8 minutes by our clock here. 8, maybe 7 minutes to find an equalizer. They're not playing with the urgency of a team that's behind right now. Cyrus gets the ball again. He's trying to find say there should be a lot of space. It's only 10 men per side right now. Wilson. Leston Paul. Just a couple of men running into positions, but they would have been offside. Nathan Lewis loses out to Wolf. But then again, he loses out. Slipping as he kicks. But it finds Holder. Wilson with a good... Whoa! What a shot from Brent Sam. And what a save from Raghu. That was spectacular on both sides. It was a good save. My producer doesn't know, but I'm telling you, that boy is good. And Brent Sam deserved an equalizer with that kick. He did all the right things. We're going to look at a replay as soon as we get a chance. Oh, he skips by his man, and Bonval might have been in there. AC Port of Spain have come close. They're really trying to get in this goal here. Williams. Nathan Lewis cuts back. Real Gill brings it down. But he's lost out again to Williams, to Lewis, and the entire side on over there. And it's with Bonval. Cyrus finds hold on this near side. Brent Sam, he was looking to turn one way, then the other. Constant pressure here. Bonval in some space. Cuts inside. Low on a ball. He was looking for Brent Sam. Keeper came there, and it's some desperate defending. That's going to be a long ball for Paul and Real Gill to chase. But Real Gill fouls his opponent, and referee easily. Let's see if we can see that. Look at that. That was an excellent save by Raghu. It was an excellent effort by Brent Sam. I didn't think he was going to get to the ball. So Cornwall looks like he's coming off. He's had a tough game. He hasn't had the level of involvement that he normally does. Also coming off looks like Hamilton. So Hamilton and Cornwall come off. And in their place, Jason Joseph. In the meantime, Ragu is on the ground. I'm not sure why. So we see Jason Joseph is on, and trying to think who's the other player that come on. I didn't get to see it when it happened. So Club Sando might be trying to show up their defenses. As I say, we're closing in on 90 minutes. So they lead 1-0. As a couple of the players, the other player that came on is Caprietta. Jaden Caprietta. Ragu is back on his feet. And while all of that has been happening, it's really a free kick on the other side of the field that the referee blew for initially. So Cyrus is, well, the ball is being positioned by Marvin Phillip, and play has restarted. And Cyrus gets the ball, isn't sure what to do with it. Leston Paul. I'm saying Leston Paul. Leston Paul was a music producer of years gone by. I don't know if any of your young fans would know of him. Brent Sam. Williams finds Nathan Lewis. Shaquille Henry's found himself more in the midfield and he is fouled, or is it a free kick for it? Oddly enough, a free kick for Club Sando. He's upset, and I want to say I think he got clipped. But I'm not close to the ball, and I can't say that any of the decisions this referee has made has been bad. Ball falls for Bonval. Holder. Still trying to make inroads here. Sam. Sam with a shot. And he's a big man, but he can shoot. But it was high and a little wide. So Ragu just looked at it. Mere spectator. Still 1-0. Closing in on 90 minutes. It's going to be a tough loss for AC Port of Spain if they don't get an equalizer. It's going to be a gritty win for Club Sando if they hold on. It hasn't been a match that's full of pretty football, let's be clear. And it hasn't been a match full of goals. This is going to take Club Sando closer to the top. I don't think they're going to be on the top, but they will be on top. My producer informs me they will be on top. And of course, Police has a chance to then eclipse them once again when they play Caledonia. But Caledonia has been coming on strong, so take nothing for granted in the league. Cyrus with a firm header. Brent Sam brings it down. Wilson. Everybody's calling for the ball. Ooh. And of all the times that he could muff across, he did it when his team needed it most. So we are looking to see how much time added on is going to be. It should be 90 minutes, should be up. My guess is about 5. Ragu. Real Gil with a good control, but lost out 4 defenders around him, couldn't do much. Henry tried to find Wolf, but Holder was there and just sends it back. They need some impetus here. Does clubs AC Port of Spain. Heads clashing there. Cyrus and Sam together. Wilson. Cyrus has decided to give up his defensive post. Shaquille Henry. Nathan Lewis with the throw. Curling it in for Sam. Ooh, and almost got the flick on header. Wolf. Real Gil. And I think he's finding Caprietta on the far side. Turns and turns and turns until he turned into a defender. And if he was in Port of Spain, he would have been charged for making an illegal U-turn. And Wilson drags his man back, and he knows the card is coming, but he didn't have much choice. Davidson was going to be away, and he gets the yellow card for his efforts, but however, they know that's part of the game. Nothing personal. I think Davidson not upset. He might have done the same thing had it been positions reversed. Wolf. Wilson. Number 47, Josiah Elijah Wilson. Goal kick. So AC Port of Spain now showing a little bit of anxiety here. They are a goal down. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes left in the game. Bonval trying to create some magic. He's done a couple of good things out there, but he just hasn't been able to work his way inside and create that magic. He got a chance, couldn't get past Ragu. Brent Sam got a chance. He couldn't get past Ragu. Here comes a looping ball in. It falls for Cyrus. Shaquille Henry. And then the outplay, and Caprietta just loses his footing. Ragu, easy. And I say he's such a confident keeper. If I had to choose a national team, he would be my first choice keeper. My producer's looking at me like I'm mad, but no, he would be my first choice keeper. Ball brought down there. Shaquille Henry trying to find Cyrus. Cyrus has given up his post as a defender. Caprietta finds Gill, but Nathan Lewis is alert to the danger and finds Holder, and he's covering well. Cuts back inside. Bonval could be on the end of it, but good defending by Kadeem Gittins. Can't be much time now. A very, 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 and I say that, but it's an exceedingly late substitution. Real Gil is being taken off, and in his place comes on number 21, Jabari Rodriguez. And we are well into the 96th minute. So I don't know how much time was added on, but it can't be much longer. So Rodriguez storming into the field. Bonval gets the ball in the meantime. AC Port of Spain throwing all caution to the wind here. Every player, the only player not in Club Sando's half is Marvin Phillip, and he's nearly there. Nathan Lewis. Bonval saying I'm wide. Good cross. Ball finds its way all the way through. And a couple of deflections. Shaquille Henry got a shot in. but a couple of defections take it behind for a corner. So Club Sando are not out of the woods yet. Desperate defending, but desperate attacking. So this might be the last ditch effort to get an equalizer. By my count, we are well into minute 97. Corner. Good corner. Red-headed. Blocked. Nathan Lewis. And just as he gets on the ball, the whistle is blown. And that's the final whistle. Club Sando 1, AC Port of Spain 0. In the end, a game marred by a sending off for a player from each team, but on a penalty that I'm shaking my hand, but it might have been disputed. But in the end, Real Gil penalty in and around the 65th minute settles the issue. Club Sando 1, AC Port of Spain 0. I want to thank everybody before I go. Sunday, December 14th, which is tomorrow, you have Point Fortin coming up against Phoenix FC. That's the other team from Tobago. And the big clash, Miscellaneous Police FC versus Caledonia AIA. Police have a chance to retake the lead in the league, but they'll have to get past a strong Caledonia unit who is improving all the time. From all of us here at the Atto Bolden Stadium, you have been looking at Trinidad and Tobago Premier League football. I want to say thank you to the cameramen, the technical staff, the producers, and of course the TTFA. And from all of us here, good night. Come and get your ticket.
Oh, yeah.